Ever wonder why some people achieve extraordinary things while others with similar talents accomplish so little? The audiobook Aim Big, It's Easier to Achieve More Than Less reveals the counterintuitive truth. Ambitious goals actually generate more energy, creativity, and support than modest ones. Master this approach, and you'll achieve remarkable results while enjoying the journey. Miss it, and you'll keep working just as hard for far smaller rewards. Chapter 1. Cultivating Ambition. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to accomplish extraordinary things while others with similar talents and opportunities achieve far less? The difference often comes down to one critical factor: ambition. I was sitting in a coffee shop recently, overhearing a conversation between two friends. One was excitedly sharing her plans to launch a business that would revolutionize her industry. Her eyes sparkled with possibility as she described her vision. Her friend nodded politely before responding, "That sounds nice, but maybe start with something smaller, something more realistic." That well-intentioned advice, to aim lower, to be realistic, is perhaps the most damaging guidance we receive throughout our lives. It's whispered by concerned parents, reinforced by cautious teachers, and echoed by friends who want to protect us from disappointment. Yet this seemingly prudent counsel might be the very thing holding millions of people back from extraordinary achievement. What if aiming high isn't just better? What if it's actually easier? This counterintuitive idea forms the foundation of this book. When you set your sights on something truly ambitious, something that ignites your passion and stretches your capabilities, you tap into reserves of creativity, persistence, and resourcefulness that remain dormant when pursuing modest goals. Small aims often fail to inspire the effort needed to overcome even minor obstacles, while ambitious goals generate the energy and commitment required to push through significant challenges. Ambition, genuine, purposeful ambition, is not a personality trait you're born with or without. It's a mindset and skill that can be developed, nurtured, and strengthened. And cultivating this powerful force within yourself might be the most important step you take toward creating an extraordinary life. Defining ambition. Before we can cultivate ambition, we need to understand what it truly is and what it isn't. Ambition is not merely wishing for better circumstances or daydreaming about success. Those are aspirations, and while they can be pleasant, they lack the essential element that defines true ambition: intentional drive. Ambition combines desire with determination. It's not just wanting something, it's committing to pursue it actively, persistently, and strategically. Think of it this way. Aspiration says, "I wish I could write a book someday." Ambition says, "I'm going to write that book, and here's my plan to make it happen." Aspiration lives in the realm of someday. Ambition lives in the world of now and next. This distinction is crucial because many people mistake their aspirations for ambition, then wonder why they never seem to make progress. They have the wanting part down, but haven't developed the willing part, the readiness to take consistent action toward their desires. Equally important is distinguishing between healthy and unhealthy forms of ambition. Healthy ambition is constructive. It's about striving for personal excellence and fulfillment. It's driven by internal standards and values rather than external validation. When you're healthily ambitious, you want to grow, create, contribute, and achieve because these activities align with your authentic self. Unhealthy ambition, by contrast, becomes destructive. It manifests as an obsession with status, power, or rewards at any cost. It's characterized by constant comparison to others and a willingness to compromise ethical standards or personal relationships to reach goals. This form of ambition creates a treadmill of achievement without satisfaction. Each accomplishment only intensifies the hunger for more external validation. One of the most persistent myths about ambition is that it leads to unhappiness, that ambitious people are never satisfied and therefore never content. This misconception stems from confusing healthy ambition with its unhealthy counterpart. Research actually shows that people with healthy ambition often report greater life satisfaction. Why? Because they regularly experience the deep fulfillment that comes from setting meaningful challenges and meeting them. They enjoy the journey of growth as much as the destination of achievement. When ambition aligns with personal values and strengths, it doesn't diminish happiness, it enhances it. The key is ensuring your ambition serves your well-being rather than sacrificing it. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. Why aim high? The greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but in setting our aim too low and achieving our mark. These words, attributed to Michelangelo, contain profound wisdom that modern research continues to validate. When you set modest goals, you limit your potential in several critical ways. First, low targets fail to fully engage your creativity and problem-solving abilities. The human mind rises to challenges. When faced with a significant obstacle, we naturally become more resourceful and innovative. Small goals simply don't trigger this response with the same intensity. Second, modest goals provide little buffer against inevitable setbacks. When pursuing something just slightly better than your current situation, even minor obstacles can derail your progress entirely. The margin between success and failure is too thin. Ambitious goals, however, inspire more substantial effort and planning, creating resilience against challenges. Perhaps most importantly, low targets reinforce limiting beliefs about what's possible for you. Each time you achieve a modest goal, you've proven to yourself that you can accomplish something small. Paradoxically, this can strengthen the mental ceiling on your capabilities rather than expanding it. The evidence for aiming high extends beyond theory. Research consistently shows that those who set ambitious goals tend to accomplish more in life, achieving higher levels of education, advancing further in their careers, and reaching more significant personal milestones. Even when ambitious people don't fully reach their loftiest aims, they typically end up far ahead of those with more modest goals. This phenomenon occurs because ambition sets an upward trajectory, like a rocket aimed at the stars that may not reach them but still soars into space. Ambitious goals propel you further than you would have gone otherwise. The person aiming to build a $1 million business who only creates a $300,000 enterprise has still accomplished more than someone whose goal was a $50,000 side hustle. Aiming high also forces you to break through mental barriers and self-doubt. When you commit to an ambitious goal, you must confront the limiting beliefs that have kept you playing small. This process of challenging and overcoming internal resistance builds psychological strength that serves you in every area of life. Consider how often people achieve things they once deemed too ambitious or unrealistic. The executive who never imagined leading a company, the artist who couldn't envision making a living from their work, the entrepreneur whose business exceeded their wildest expectations. These stories are common precisely because our self-imposed limits are often artificial constructs, not actual boundaries of our capability. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Overcoming inhibitions. If ambition offers such advantages, why don't more people cultivate it? The answer lies in the psychological and social inhibitions that suppress our natural drive to grow and achieve. Among the most common barriers are limiting beliefs, those internal narratives that tell us we shouldn't want more or don't deserve significant success. These beliefs often sound reasonable. I should be grateful for what I have. Who am I to think I could do that? Or, people like me don't achieve things like that. The first step in overcoming these inhibitions is recognizing them as beliefs, not facts. When you catch yourself thinking, I shouldn't aim so high, challenge that thought directly. Ask yourself, who says? Where did I learn this? Is this truly my belief, or have I absorbed it from others? Then, consciously reframe these thoughts. Instead of "I shouldn't want more," try "wanting to grow and excel is natural and healthy." Rather than "who am I to aim so high," consider "why not me? Others have done it, and I can learn what I need to succeed." Our cultural and family backgrounds also significantly influence our relationship with ambition. Some cultures emphasize modesty and fitting in over standing out and achieving individually. Many families unconsciously discourage ambition out of fear that their child will be disappointed, will leave them behind, or will face criticism for being too big for their britches. If your background has discouraged ambition, acknowledge this influence without judgment. You can honor your roots while still pursuing your own big dreams. This might mean finding ways to connect your ambitions to values your culture or family does support, such as service to others or providing for loved ones. It might also mean recognizing that your success can ultimately benefit your community, even if your path differs from traditional expectations. Many first-generation professionals or entrepreneurs find that their achievements eventually create opportunities for others from similar backgrounds. Surrounding yourself with examples of positive ambition can powerfully counteract inhibitions. When you regularly encounter people who have aimed high and succeeded, ambitious goals begin to seem normal rather than exceptional. This exposure can come through direct relationships with mentors or ambitious peers, or indirectly through books, podcasts, or other media featuring ambitious individuals. The key is to seek out examples that resonate with your values, people whose ambition manifests in ways you find admirable and aligned with your sense of purpose. This prevents the common mistake of modeling unhealthy ambition that may lead to achievement but not fulfillment. Ambition with purpose and ethics. For ambition to be sustainable and truly satisfying, it must be anchored in something deeper than achievement for its own sake. This is where purpose and ethics enter the equation. When your ambitious goals reflect what truly matters to you, your passions, values, and the positive impact you want to have, they become more than targets to hit. They transform into expressions of your authentic self. This alignment between ambition and meaning creates a powerful synergy. Your goals energize your sense of purpose, and your purpose fuels your pursuit of those goals. Ask yourself, if I achieve this ambitious goal, what will it mean to me? How will it allow me to express my values or contribute to something I care about? The stronger the connection between your ambition and your core values, the more resilient your motivation will be when challenges arise. It's equally important to recognize the warning signs of unhealthy ambition. When ambition becomes toxic, it manifests in behaviors like prioritizing achievement over all human connections, feeling chronically dissatisfied even after significant successes, or being willing to compromise ethical standards to reach goals. If you notice these tendencies in yourself, it's time to reassess whether your ambition has detached from your deeper values. Keeping your drive constructive and compassionate requires regular reflection. Are you pursuing success at the expense of relationships or well-being? Are you measuring your worth entirely by external achievements? Does your ambition leave room for supporting others rather than just competing with them? These questions help ensure your ambition enhances rather than diminishes your humanity. One powerful way to maintain healthy ambition is to frame your goals in terms of contribution, not just personal gain. How will your success create value for others? What problems might you solve? Whose lives might improve because of what you build or create? This broader perspective naturally counterbalances the self-focused aspects of ambition. It keeps your drive heart-centered rather than ego-driven. Paradoxically, this orientation toward contribution often leads to greater success, as it connects your work to genuine needs and opportunities in the world. Consider how different it feels to pursue a business with the primary goal of becoming wealthy versus building that same business with the goal of solving a problem you care deeply about while also creating prosperity. The external actions might look identical, but the internal experience, and often the ultimate impact, differs profoundly. This doesn't mean every ambitious goal must directly serve humanity. Personal achievements like mastering a skill, creating art, or building financial independence are entirely valid aims. The key is connecting these goals to values that matter to you, whether that's excellence, creativity, security, or personal freedom. Ready to unlock your full potential? Get your copy of Aim Big. It's easier to achieve more than less today. Instantly download the complete bundle, including the ebook, audiobook, executive summary, and FAQ PDF. Your purchase supports our free content and fuels your ambitious journey. Click the link in the pinned comment to buy now and start aiming bigger. Kickstarting your ambition. Having explored the nature of healthy ambition and its importance, let's turn to practical steps for cultivating this quality in your own life. The following exercises will help you identify, expand, and act on your ambitious desires. First, conduct an ambition audit. Set aside 30 minutes of uninterrupted time with a notebook or document. Write down at least 5 big things you secretly want for yourself, dreams or goals that excite you but perhaps feel too ambitious to share widely. These might include career achievements, creative projects, lifestyle changes, or personal growth milestones. As you write each item, notice any emotional resistance. Do you feel a twinge of fear or guilt for wanting these things? For each item where you sense resistance, identify the limiting belief behind it. Then, write a positive rebuttal to that belief. If your inner voice says, "I could never start my own business," counter with, "Many people with backgrounds similar to mine have successfully started businesses. I can learn what I need to know." Next, practice expanding your goals. Select a current goal that feels comfortable or modest. Now, imagine what it would look like if you expanded it significantly. If you're aiming to write a blog post, what would it look like to write a book? If you're considering a small side business, what would it mean to build a company that employs others? Sketch out this expanded version in enough detail to make it feel tangible. What excites you about this bigger vision? What concerns you? The purpose isn't necessarily to adopt this expanded goal immediately, but to stretch your conception of what's possible and desirable for you. To further normalize ambition in your mind, create an ambition inspiration list. Identify 3 people who exemplify positive ambition to you. These could be historical figures, public figures, or people you know personally. For each person, note what specifically you admire about their ambition, perhaps their persistence through setbacks, their vision for what's possible, or how they've used success to benefit others. Keep this list somewhere visible as a reminder that aiming high is both achievable and admirable. When self-doubt creeps in, these examples can provide both inspiration and practical insights into how others have navigated the path of ambition. Finally, commit to taking one bold step this week that aligns with a higher level of ambition. This doesn't need to be dramatic. It might be as simple as sending an email to request a meeting with someone who could mentor you, signing up for a course that would build skills for your ambitious goal, or sharing your big idea with someone who could provide feedback or support. The specific action matters less than the psychological shift it represents. You're moving from thinking about ambition to embodying it through concrete action. This reinforces the critical mindset that you are allowed, even meant, to go after big things. As you begin cultivating ambition, remember that this quality develops gradually through consistent practice. Each time you acknowledge a big desire, expand a goal, draw inspiration from others, or take a bold step, you strengthen your capacity for healthy ambition. Over time, aiming high becomes not just a conscious choice, but a natural orientation to life. The path of ambition isn't always smooth. You'll encounter obstacles, doubts, and perhaps criticism from others. But as you'll discover in the next chapter, these challenges are precisely why ambitious goals are often more achievable than modest ones. When you dream big enough, you activate resources, both internal and external, that remain dormant when pursuing smaller aims. This brings us to the next crucial step in your journey, learning to dream truly big. Not just bigger than your current situation, but big enough to fundamentally transform your sense of what's possible. Because once you've cultivated the willingness to be ambitious, The next question becomes, just how far can your ambition take you? In the coming chapter, we'll explore the art of dreaming big, how to create a vision so compelling that it pulls you forward through challenges and setbacks. You'll learn why thinking 10 times bigger often proves more effective than thinking just slightly bigger, and how to craft a vision that inspires not just you, but others around you. The ambition you're now cultivating will provide the fuel for this vision. Together, they'll create a foundation for achievement that most people never experience, one that makes extraordinary success not just possible, but in many ways easier than the modest achievements most people settle for. Chapter 2, Dreaming Big. What's the most audacious thought you've ever allowed yourself to consider? Not just a fleeting wish, but a vision so compelling it made your heart race with both excitement and fear? For many of us, these thoughts come rarely. We glimpse them in quiet moments, perhaps while gazing at the night sky or watching someone achieve something remarkable, only to quickly dismiss them as impractical fantasies. That's not for people like me, we tell ourselves. I should focus on something more realistic. But what if those audacious thoughts aren't distractions from your proper path, but rather glimpses of your true potential? What if the visions that both excite and frighten you are actually signposts pointing toward your most fulfilling future? I once asked a room full of professionals to write down their biggest professional dream, the achievement that would represent the pinnacle of their career. Then I asked them to write down the goal they were actually working toward. The gap between these two answers was startling. For almost everyone, their current target fell dramatically short of their ultimate dream. When I asked why, the answers were predictable. I need to be practical. I have to take it one step at a time. That big dream isn't really possible for me. This chapter challenges that thinking. It invites you to reclaim those audacious thoughts and transform them into clear, compelling visions that can guide your life and work. Because here's the surprising truth. Thinking small is often harder than thinking big. Modest goals frequently fail to generate the energy, creativity, and perseverance required to overcome life's inevitable obstacles. Bold visions, on the other hand, can ignite resources within and around you that make seemingly impossible achievements not just possible, but in many ways easier. The ability to dream big, to envision and commit to outcomes that exceed conventional expectations may be the most undervalued skill in today's world. It costs nothing, requires no special credentials, and yet can dramatically alter the trajectory of your life. This chapter will show you how to develop this skill systematically and harness its remarkable power. Creating a vision. The first step in dreaming big is creating a vision that captures your imagination and inspires your best efforts. This isn't about setting conventional goals or making modest improvements to your current situation. It's about envisioning a future that represents a quantum leap from where you are today. Begin by giving yourself permission to imagine your ideal future without immediate concern for how you'll get there. This separation of what from how is crucial in the early stages of visioning. Too often, we kill our grandest ideas prematurely by immediately focusing on all the reasons they can't happen. For now, set practicality aside and focus purely on possibility. Close your eyes and project yourself 5, 10, or even 20 years into the future. Imagine that everything has gone incredibly well, beyond your current expectations. What are you doing? Where are you living? What have you created or achieved? Who are you spending time with? How do you feel as you move through your days? Allow this future to take shape in your mind without censoring or limiting it. If you notice thoughts like, "That's unrealistic," or "I could never do that," gently set them aside and continue exploring what would truly fulfill you if all constraints were removed. This exercise often reveals aspirations that have been buried under layers of practicality and compromise. You might discover that while you've been pursuing a steady climb up the corporate ladder, what you really want is to start your own enterprise. Or perhaps you've been focused on local impact when your true desire is to influence your entire industry or field. The key is to connect with what genuinely excites you, your core passions and interests. Big dreams require substantial energy to pursue, and that energy comes most reliably from authentic passion. Ask yourself, what activities make me lose track of time? What topics can I discuss for hours? What problems or possibilities occupy my thoughts when my mind wanders? These questions help identify the interests or causes that light a fire in you, which can serve as the foundation for your grand vision. A compelling vision aligned with your passions will naturally pull you forward, even when the path becomes challenging. Once you've identified the general direction of your vision, the next step is to make it vivid and concrete. Vague aspirations like start a successful business or make a difference in my community lack the specificity needed to guide your actions and decisions. Your brain responds more powerfully to detailed images that engage multiple senses and emotions. Try writing a narrative of a day in your dream life, describing it as if you're already living it. What do you see when you wake up? Who do you interact with? What work do you do, and how does it feel? What do you accomplish? The more sensory details you include, the more real this future becomes to your mind. Another approach is creating a visual representation of your vision. This could be a digital collection of images that represent different aspects of your dream, a physical vision board, or even a simple sketch. The visual component helps anchor your vision in your consciousness and makes it easier to recall vividly. The process of creating a detailed vision serves multiple purposes. It clarifies what you truly want, helps you identify the elements most important to you, and creates a mental template that your brain can work toward. Research in sports psychology has shown that athletes who visualize their performances in detail actually strengthen the neural pathways associated with those movements. Similarly, by vividly imagining your desired future, you're priming your brain to recognize and act on opportunities that align with that vision. Remember that this vision isn't meant to be a rigid prediction, but rather a guiding star, a direction that inspires and orients your efforts. The specific details may evolve as you progress, but the emotional core, how you want to feel, and the impact you want to have often remains consistent. Thinking big versus thinking small. Most of us have been conditioned to think small. From early childhood, we're taught to set realistic goals, to take incremental steps, to not get our hopes up too high. This conditioning comes from well-meaning parents, teachers, and friends who want to protect us from disappointment. But this approach has a significant downside. It limits our vision of what's possible and, paradoxically, can make achievement more difficult, not easier. The first step in shifting from small to big thinking is becoming aware of the assumptions that constrain your imagination. Pay attention to thoughts like, "That's not possible for someone like me," or "I shouldn't aim that high." These thoughts often appear automatically and can shut down expansive thinking before it has a chance to develop. When you catch these limiting assumptions, challenge them directly. Ask yourself, who says this isn't possible? What evidence do I actually have that this can't be done? What if it is possible? Simply questioning your assumptions can open space for bigger thinking. Consider how often throughout history people have achieved things that were once deemed impossible. Human flight, instant global communication, eradication of deadly diseases, all were once considered unrealistic dreams. While your personal ambitions may be different in scale, the principle remains. The boundaries of possibility are constantly expanding, and what seems unreachable today may be within your grasp tomorrow. One of the most powerful concepts in big thinking is what some call the 10x rule. This principle suggests that pursuing a goal 10 times bigger than your initial target often requires completely different approaches and thinking patterns. When you aim for a 10% improvement, you typically stay within your existing paradigm, making minor adjustments to current methods. But when you aim for a 10x improvement, you're forced to reimagine the entire process or system. For example, if you want to increase your business revenue by 10%, you might work a bit harder, optimize your current offerings, or find a few more clients. But if you aim to increase revenue tenfold, you'd need to fundamentally rethink your business model, target market, or value proposition. This level of thinking often leads to breakthrough innovations and results that wouldn't have emerged from incremental goals. The 10x approach doesn't mean you'll always achieve exactly 10 times your original target. The point is that aiming dramatically higher forces creative thinking and bold action that can yield results far beyond what incremental goals would produce. Even if you only achieve 3 or 5 times your original goal, you've still accomplished far more than you would have with a modest target. Another advantage of thinking big is the energy and commitment it generates. Research in goal setting has consistently shown that challenging goals galvanize effort far more effectively than easy ones. When you set a goal that stretches your capabilities but still feels attainable with effort, you naturally invest more energy, focus, and persistence. Think about how you feel when pursuing different types of goals. A modest, easily achievable goal might provide a sense of security, but does it get you out of bed early, eager to start the day? Does it keep you working with enthusiasm when obstacles arise? For most people, the answer is no. Small goals simply don't create the emotional engagement needed for sustained effort. By contrast, a bold vision that truly matters to you can become a source of energy and motivation. It's exciting to work towards something that could transform your life or make a significant impact. This excitement translates into greater focus, creativity, and resilience, qualities essential for substantial achievement. The relationship between goal difficulty and performance follows an inverted U-curve. Performance increases as goals become more challenging, up to the point where the goal is perceived as impossible. The sweet spot is a goal that stretches you significantly, but that you believe is achievable with dedicated effort. This balance creates optimal motivation and performance. From dreams to goals. While a compelling vision is essential, it remains just a dream until you translate it into actionable goals and plans. This translation process is delicate. You need to break down your big dream into manageable pieces without diminishing its scope or power. The key is breaking it down without dumbing it down. Many people make the mistake of shrinking their vision when they begin planning, substituting a watered-down version that seems more realistic. Instead, maintain the full scope of your ambition while identifying the stepping stones that will take you there. For instance, if your big dream is to write a series of novels that transforms your genre, your first milestone might be complete the first draft of Book 1. This milestone is specific and achievable in the near term, but it's explicitly connected to the larger vision. You're not just writing a single book, you're laying the foundation for a body of work that will make a lasting impact. This approach differs from conventional goal setting in an important way. Rather than setting independent goals that may or may not add up to your ultimate aspiration, you're creating a coherent path where each achievement builds directly toward your grand vision. The big dream remains the organizing principle for all your shorter-term objectives. When breaking down your vision, identify the major components or phases required to realize it. What are the primary building blocks? What must be accomplished first to enable later achievements? What skills, resources, or relationships will you need to develop along the way? For each major component, define clear, measurable milestones that indicate progress. These milestones become your proximate goals, targets that are within reach in weeks or months rather than years. Achieving these milestones provides a sense of progress and momentum while keeping you oriented toward your ultimate vision. Adding a timeline to your vision and milestones creates helpful structure and urgency. Without timeframes, even the most inspiring vision can remain perpetually in the future, always something you'll pursue someday. Deadlines convert intentions into commitments and help you prioritize your efforts. When setting timelines for a big dream, aim for a balance that pushes you without crushing you. Timelines that are too conservative fail to generate momentum. Those that are unrealistically aggressive can lead to burnout or abandonment of the dream when you inevitably fall behind. The ideal timeline creates healthy pressure while allowing for the learning and adjustment that any ambitious pursuit requires. Remember that your vision can and likely will evolve as you progress. As you gain experience and knowledge, you may discover new possibilities or refine your understanding of what you truly want to create or achieve. This flexibility doesn't mean you're abandoning your dream. It means you're allowing it to mature and develop. Think of your vision as a North Star rather than a detailed map. It provides direction and orientation even as the specific path changes. This perspective prevents perfectionism from sabotaging the dreaming process. You don't need to know exactly how everything will unfold before you begin. The clarity will come through action and experience. Belief and buy-in. Even the most inspiring vision will remain unrealized without one crucial element: belief. You must develop and maintain conviction that your big dream is genuinely possible for you. Without this belief, you'll likely abandon your vision at the first major obstacle or setback. Building belief begins with finding concrete reasons to believe in your dream's possibility. Make a list of arguments supporting the feasibility of your vision. These might include examples of others who have achieved similar feats, technological or social trends that make your goal more attainable now than in the past, or personal strengths and experiences that prepare you for this pursuit. For instance, if your dream is to build a successful technology company despite having no technical background, you might note that many successful founders came from non-technical fields, that more development tools are available to non-programmers than ever before, and that your experience in marketing gives you insight into customer needs. These points don't guarantee success, but they provide rational grounds for believing your goal is achievable. This exercise isn't about naive optimism. It's about countering the excessive pessimism and doubt that often surround ambitious goals. Most people overestimate the difficulties and underestimate their capabilities when considering bold moves. By deliberately identifying reasons for confidence, you create a more balanced and accurate assessment of your prospects. Another powerful way to strengthen belief is sharing your dream with supportive people. When you articulate your vision to others, several beneficial things happen. First, the act of putting your dream into words makes it more concrete and real to you. Second, you often receive encouragement and ideas that strengthen your conviction. Finally, speaking your dream aloud creates a sense of commitment that can motivate follow-through. Choose carefully who you share your vision with, especially in its early stages. Some people, even those who care about you, may respond with skepticism or concern rather than support. This doesn't mean they don't believe in you. They may simply be projecting their own fears or limitations. Seek out individuals who have demonstrated the capacity to think big and support others' ambitions. Mentors, peers with similar drive, or friends who consistently encourage your growth. When sharing your vision, communicate both your excitement and your thoughtfulness. Explain not just what you want to achieve, but why it matters to you and what makes you believe it's possible. This approach invites others to connect with your passion while reassuring them that you've considered the challenges involved. Perhaps the most powerful technique for building belief is mental rehearsal, regularly visualizing yourself succeeding in your big goal. Elite athletes have long used this practice to enhance performance and build confidence. By vividly imagining yourself taking the actions needed to realize your vision and experiencing the successful outcome, you strengthen neural pathways associated with those behaviors and outcomes. Set aside time daily or weekly for this visualization practice. Find a quiet space where you won't be interrupted, close your eyes, and imagine one aspect of your big goal coming true. See the details clearly, engage all your senses, and allow yourself to feel the emotions associated with this achievement: pride, joy, satisfaction, or whatever feels authentic to you. This isn't merely daydreaming. It's a deliberate mental practice that serves multiple purposes. It reinforces your belief in the possibility of success, reduces fear by making the goal feel more familiar, and primes your brain to recognize opportunities aligned with your vision. Research suggests that mental rehearsal can actually improve performance by preparing your mind for the actions and challenges involved in pursuing your goal. Combined with the other belief-building practices, finding rational grounds for confidence and sharing your vision with supportive others, regular visualization creates a foundation of conviction that can sustain you through the inevitable challenges of pursuing a big dream. Developing your big dream. Now that you understand the principles of dreaming big, it's time to put them into practice. The following exercises will help you develop and strengthen your vision, making it a powerful force in your life. Start by drafting a personal vision statement. Set aside 30 to 45 minutes of uninterrupted time in a place where you feel creative and relaxed. Write a few paragraphs describing your life 5 to 10 years in the future, assuming you've accomplished many of your biggest aspirations. Don't worry about perfect wording or structure. Focus on capturing what truly excites you. Address questions like, what have you created or achieved? What impact are you having? How do you spend your time? What skills have you mastered? Who are you surrounded by? How do you feel as you move through your days? This statement isn't meant to be a final product, but rather a first articulation of your big dream. You'll refine it over time as your vision becomes clearer and more detailed. The important thing is committing these thoughts to paper, making them tangible rather than keeping them as vague aspirations. Next, conduct a moonshot brainstorm for one area of your life. Choose a domain: career, creative pursuits, personal growth, relationships, or another area important to you. Ask yourself, what's a goal in this area that would absolutely amaze me if I achieved it, even if it seems nearly impossible right now? Push yourself to think beyond conventional ambitions. What would represent a quantum leap rather than an incremental improvement? What would make you think, I can't believe I actually did that? Once you've identified this moonshot goal, write down at least 3 potential benefits if you achieved it. These benefits might include personal growth, impact on others, financial rewards, new opportunities, or other positive outcomes. This step helps solidify why this big goal is compelling and worth pursuing despite its challenges. Another valuable exercise is to identify one small action you can take this week that aligns with your big dream. This action doesn't need to be dramatic. It simply needs to move you in the direction of your vision, however slightly. It might be researching a topic related to your goal, having a conversation with someone in the field you want to enter, or creating a simple prototype of something you want to build. The purpose of this exercise is twofold. First, it builds momentum by converting your vision from pure thought into action. Second, it proves to yourself that every big dream begins with a single step. By taking that step, you demonstrate that your vision isn't just a fantasy, but something you're actively pursuing. Finally, commit to regular visualization practice. Each morning or evening for the next week, spend 5 minutes vividly picturing one aspect of your big goal coming true. Engage all your senses and emotions. See the details, hear the sounds, feel the sensations and emotions associated with this achievement. After each visualization session, jot down any insights, ideas, or feelings that arose during the practice. Over time, you may notice patterns or recurring themes that provide valuable guidance for your pursuit. You might also find that regular visualization increases your confidence and motivation, making your big dream feel more attainable. These exercises aren't one-time activities, but practices to incorporate into your ongoing pursuit of your vision. The more you engage with your big dream, refining it, connecting emotionally with it, taking steps toward it, and visualizing its realization, the more powerful its influence becomes in your life. As you develop your vision, remember that dreaming big isn't about escaping reality, but about expanding it. You're not denying the challenges and constraints of your current situation. You're refusing to be limited by them. You're choosing to orient your life around possibility rather than limitation, around what could be rather than what has been. This orientation doesn't guarantee you'll achieve exactly what you envision. The path to any big dream involves adjustments, learning, and sometimes significant shifts in direction. But even if your ultimate achievement differs from your initial vision, The act of dreaming big will have expanded what's possible for you. You'll have traveled further than you would have with a modest aim, and you'll have experienced the aliveness that comes from pursuing something that truly matters to you. The journey of dreaming big doesn't end with creating a compelling vision. In fact, that's just the beginning. Once you've established your big dream, you'll inevitably encounter an emotion that stops many ambitious people in their tracks. This emotion can paralyze your progress if left unaddressed, but when properly understood and managed, it can actually become a powerful ally in your pursuit of extraordinary achievement. In the next chapter, we'll explore this universal human experience and reveal the counterintuitive strategies that transform it from an obstacle into an advantage. You'll discover why the very thing most people try to avoid on the path to success might be exactly what you need to embrace. Chapter 3: Conquering Fear. Your heart pounds in your chest, your palms grow damp, your mind races with all the ways things could go wrong, and suddenly, that ambitious goal you were so excited about just moments ago seems impossibly distant, even foolish. What you're experiencing isn't weakness or lack of readiness. It's something far more universal, something that affects virtually everyone who dares to dream big, from novices to experts, from those just starting out to those at the pinnacle of achievement. This invisible force has derailed more potential success stories than perhaps any other factor. It has kept brilliant ideas locked in minds rather than shared with the world. It has convinced countless people to settle for less than they're capable of achieving. And it may be the single biggest obstacle standing between you and the extraordinary life you envisioned in the previous chapter. Yet this force, properly understood and channeled, can also become one of your greatest allies, a source of energy, focus, and even wisdom. The difference lies not in eliminating it, but in learning to work with it rather than against it. I'm talking, of course, about fear. Fear is the shadow side of ambition. The bigger your dreams, the more significant the fears that accompany them. This is perfectly natural, even healthy. Fear evolved as a protective mechanism, alerting us to potential threats and preparing our bodies to respond. The problem isn't that we experience fear when pursuing ambitious goals. It's that we misinterpret what fear means and how to relate to it. Most people assume that fear is a signal to retreat, to play it safe, to stay within familiar territory. But what if fear is actually pointing toward your path of greatest growth? What if the very things that frighten you are precisely the experiences you need to pursue? This chapter will transform your relationship with fear. You'll learn to recognize fear not as an enemy to be eliminated, but as a companion to be understood, sometimes even a compass pointing toward your most important opportunities. By the end, you'll have practical strategies to prevent fear from dictating the size of your ambitions or the boldness of your actions. Identifying your fears. The first step in conquering fear is bringing it into the light. Fear thrives in shadows and ambiguity. When left unexamined, it grows larger and more intimidating, exerting influence without our conscious awareness. By contrast, when we identify and articulate our fears precisely, they often begin to lose their grip. Take a moment now to reflect on your big dream from the previous chapter. As you think about pursuing that vision, what fears arise? Don't rush past this question. Sit with it and notice what emerges. Are you afraid of failing publicly? Of investing time and resources only to come up short? Of being judged or criticized by others? Of discovering that you don't have what it takes? Or perhaps you fear succeeding and then not being able to sustain that success? Whatever fears surface, write them down as specifically as possible. Instead of a vague, "I'm afraid I'll fail," try to articulate exactly what that failure would look like and why it concerns you. For example, "I'm afraid I'll invest 6 months in developing this project and no one will be interested in it, which would make me feel foolish and waste resources I can't easily replace." This specificity serves multiple purposes. It gives concrete shape to what might otherwise be an amorphous sense of dread. It allows you to examine each fear rationally rather than experiencing them as an overwhelming cloud of anxiety. And perhaps most importantly, it creates separation between you and your fears. They become something you have rather than something you are. Once you've named your fears, the next step is to examine them against reality. Our minds are masterful catastrophizers, often painting worst-case scenarios that bear little resemblance to what would actually happen if things went wrong. For each fear you've identified, ask, what's the realistic worst-case outcome? Not the absolute worst thing imaginable, but the genuinely likely worst result. Then consider, how would I cope with that outcome? What resources, relationships, or resilience do I have that would help me recover? For instance, if you fear that launching a new venture might lead to financial ruin, the realistic worst case might be that you lose your initial investment and need to return to conventional employment. While certainly disappointing, this outcome is far from catastrophic for most people. You would learn valuable lessons, gain experience, and likely find yourself back on your feet relatively quickly. This rational examination often reveals that even the worst plausible outcome is survivable, perhaps even valuable in terms of the learning it would provide. As one executive put it, I realized that in my worst-case scenario, I'd still have my health, my family, my core skills, and a story to tell. When I saw it that way, the fear lost much of its power. Not all fears announce themselves clearly. Some operate beneath the surface, influencing our behavior without our awareness. These hidden fears can be particularly limiting because we can't address what we don't recognize. One common hidden fear is the fear of success. While this might seem counterintuitive, after all, success is what we're aiming for, many people unconsciously worry about how achievement might change their lives or relationships. Will success bring unwanted attention or responsibility? Will it create distance from friends or family who haven't achieved similar things? Will it lead to pressure to maintain or exceed that level of success? Another subtle fear is the fear of identity change. Pursuing a big dream often requires becoming someone new, developing new skills, adopting new mindsets, perhaps even changing how you present yourself to the world. This evolution can feel threatening to your current sense of self, triggering resistance even when you consciously want the change. By bringing these hidden fears into awareness, you gain the ability to address them directly. You might realize that some feared changes would actually be positive, or that you can pursue success while maintaining the relationships and values that matter to you. The key is recognizing these fears rather than allowing them to operate in the background, silently limiting your ambitions. Reframing failure. At the heart of most fear lies a fundamental misunderstanding of what failure means and represents. We tend to view failure as a definitive judgment of our abilities, our worth, even our potential. This interpretation makes failure seem catastrophic rather than what it actually is. Information. Every failure, setback, or mistake carries valuable data that can help you improve. When a scientist's experiment fails to produce the expected result, they don't consider themselves a failure. They see it as a discovery that eliminates one possibility and points toward others. This perspective, failure as feedback, can transform how you approach risk and challenge. When you truly internalize that failures are just feedback, the fear of failure naturally diminishes. Instead of dreading a negative outcome, you become curious about what any result might teach you. This doesn't mean you aim to fail, of course. You still put your best effort toward success. But it does mean that failure loses its sting and becomes merely one step in an iterative process of growth and achievement. This reframing connects to what we'll explore more deeply in Chapter 6, Learning Through Setbacks. For now, the key insight is that viewing failure as information rather than indictment creates space for bold action. You become willing to attempt things where success isn't guaranteed because you know that whatever happens, you'll gain something valuable. Another critical reframe involves separating your self-worth from outcomes. Many people unconsciously believe that if they fail at something, it means they are a failure as a person. This belief creates enormous psychological risk around any ambitious endeavor. If your very worth as a human being is on the line, no wonder fear feels overwhelming. The truth is, that failing at a task, even an important one, says nothing definitive about your value or capabilities. It simply means that a particular approach didn't work in a specific context at a certain time. Your worth as a person remains intact regardless of any external achievement or setback. This distinction might seem obvious intellectually, but emotionally, it can be challenging to maintain, especially in cultures that heavily emphasize achievement and success. It requires consciously affirming your intrinsic value separate from results, reminding yourself, I am not my outcomes. I am worthy of respect and belonging regardless of what I achieve or don't achieve. When you decouple self-worth from outcomes, you create psychological safety for taking risks. Failure may still bring disappointment, but it no longer threatens your fundamental sense of self. This separation doesn't diminish motivation. You can still care deeply about succeeding, but it removes the existential dread that paralyzes action. It's also helpful to recognize how common failure is on the path to significant achievement. Nearly every major innovation, artistic creation, or career success was preceded by multiple failures and setbacks. This isn't coincidence, but causation. The process of trying, failing, learning, and adapting is precisely how breakthroughs occur. This historical perspective normalizes failure as an integral part of ambitious endeavors. Moonshot projects, by their very nature, involve venturing into unknown territory where missteps are inevitable. The question isn't whether you'll experience failures along the way, but how you'll respond to them. Whether you'll allow them to stop you or use them as stepping stones toward your ultimate vision. Courage and confidence. A common misconception about conquering fear is that the goal is to eliminate it entirely, to reach a state of fearlessness where you no longer experience anxiety or doubt. This misunderstanding leads many people to wait for fear to disappear before taking action, effectively ensuring they remain stuck. The truth is that courage is not the absence of fear, but action in spite of it. Even the bravest individuals still experience fear. What distinguishes them is their relationship with that fear and their ability to move forward despite it. Psychologist Stanley Rachman studied bomb disposal experts and other professionals who routinely face high-risk situations. He found that these individuals weren't fearless. They felt anxiety like anyone else. What set them apart was that their training in courage allowed them to function effectively even while experiencing fear. Over time, through repeated exposure and successful experiences, their fear diminished but never disappeared entirely. This insight is liberating. You don't need to wait until you feel completely confident or free of anxiety to pursue your big dreams. You simply need enough courage to take the next step while acknowledging whatever fear is present. As you accumulate experiences of acting despite fear and surviving, even thriving, your confidence naturally grows. One powerful technique for building courage involves shifting your focus from negative to positive possibilities. Most of us habitually ask ourselves anxiety-producing questions. What if I fail? What if I embarrass myself? What if this doesn't work out? These questions direct our mental energy toward potential problems, amplifying fear. Try instead asking positive what-ifs. What if I succeed? What if this goes even better than I imagine? What if the perfect opportunities open up along the way? This simple shift activates excitement and anticipation rather than dread, creating emotional fuel for action. This doesn't mean adopting blind optimism or ignoring legitimate risks. It means balancing your awareness of what might go wrong with equal or greater attention to what might go right. When you consciously direct your focus toward potential rewards and positive outcomes, fear loses some of its dominance in your emotional landscape. Another effective approach involves staying grounded in the present moment rather than projecting into an uncertain future. Fear thrives on anticipation, on imagining all the things that might go wrong down the road. When you bring your attention fully to the present task, much of that anticipatory anxiety dissolves. Mindfulness practices can be particularly helpful here. By training yourself to notice when your mind is spinning scenarios about future failures and gently bringing your focus back to what's directly in front of you, you develop the ability to work with fear rather than being controlled by it. A simple mantra can support this present moment focus. I have the gift of this day. I will not waste it on worry. This reminder helps center you in the now, where you can take constructive action rather than getting lost in anxiety about what might happen later. This doesn't mean ignoring the future entirely. Planning and preparation remain important. But it does mean recognizing that fear of future outcomes often creates paralysis in the present, preventing the very actions that would move you towards success. Gradual exposure. One of the most well-established approaches to overcoming fear is gradual exposure, systematically confronting what frightens you in manageable doses. This approach recognizes that avoiding what you fear only strengthens its hold, while facing it in a controlled way builds confidence and capability. To understand how this works, it's helpful to think about three distinct zones of experience: the comfort zone, the stretch zone, and the panic zone. Your comfort zone encompasses the activities and situations where you feel secure and confident. There's minimal stress or anxiety here because everything is familiar and well within your capabilities. While comfortable, staying exclusively in this zone severely limits your growth and achievement. The stretch zone lies just beyond comfort. Here you encounter challenges that create moderate anxiety, enough to engage your full attention and effort, but not so much that you're overwhelmed. This is where growth happens most effectively. You're pushing boundaries and developing new capabilities while still maintaining enough composure to learn and adapt. Beyond the stretch zone lies the panic zone, where challenges exceed your current capacity to cope. In this zone, fear becomes overwhelming, triggering fight-flight-freeze responses that shut down effective learning and performance. While sometimes unavoidable in life, deliberately putting yourself in the panic zone rarely leads to productive growth. The strategy for expanding your capabilities is to gradually stretch your comfort zone by taking manageable steps into the stretch zone. Each time you successfully navigate a moderately challenging situation, what once seemed scary becomes more familiar. Your comfort zone expands to include this new territory, allowing you to reach further in your next effort. This gradual approach prevents the overwhelm that occurs when people throw themselves directly into highly frightening situations. While dramatic immersion sometimes works, it often backfires, reinforcing fear rather than reducing it. The key is finding the right level of challenge, significant enough to promote growth, but not so intense that it triggers shutdown. When applying this to your big dreams, break down intimidating goals into a series of smaller, less frightening steps. For example, if your ambition requires public speaking but the thought terrifies you, you might start by speaking up more in small meetings, then giving a presentation to a supportive group, then speaking at a larger event, and so on. Each step builds on the previous one, allowing you to accumulate small wins that gradually increase your confidence. The fear doesn't disappear immediately, but it becomes manageable, and your ability to function effectively despite it grows stronger. Visualization can enhance this process by providing a form of mental rehearsal. Research has shown that vividly imagining yourself successfully handling challenging situations can reduce anxiety when you actually face them. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between vividly imagined experiences and real ones, so mental practice creates neural pathways that support confident performance. For instance, if you're nervous about an upcoming presentation, spend time visualizing yourself delivering it with confidence, seeing the room, hearing your strong, clear voice, feeling the positive energy as people engage with your ideas. Imagine handling potential difficulties smoothly and receiving positive feedback afterward. This visualization isn't about denying that challenges might occur. It's about priming your brain for success rather than failure. When you repeatedly imagine positive outcomes, you counterbalance the negative scenarios your anxious mind tends to generate automatically. Combined with actual gradual exposure, this mental rehearsal creates a powerful system for expanding your capabilities. Each real experience of stretching beyond your comfort zone, supported by visualization, builds evidence that you can handle challenges successfully. Over time, this evidence accumulates into genuine confidence, not the fragile confidence that comes from avoiding fear, but the robust confidence that comes from facing it and moving forward anyway. Overcoming fear in practice. Understanding fear intellectually is one thing. Actually working with it in your daily life is another. The following practices will help you apply these principles to your specific fears and challenges. Start by creating a fear inventory. Take a sheet of paper and create 2 columns. In the left column, list the specific fears you have related to your ambitious goals. Be as detailed as possible, not just, "I'm afraid of failing," but "I'm afraid that if my project doesn't succeed, my colleagues will lose respect for me, and I'll have wasted a year of effort." In the right column, write a rational response or solution for each fear. This isn't about toxic positivity or denying legitimate concerns. It's about bringing perspective and problem-solving to your fears. For example, if the project doesn't succeed as planned, I can share what I learned transparently with colleagues, which often earns more respect than never taking risks. And the skills and connections I develop during the year will transfer to future opportunities, so the time won't be wasted regardless of the outcome. This exercise externalizes your fears, allowing you to examine them objectively rather than being consumed by them. It also engages your rational mind in countering catastrophic thinking, creating a more balanced perspective on risks and possibilities. For fears that persist despite rational analysis, try a worst-case planning exercise. Take one particularly nagging fear and ask, "What's the worst that could realistically happen?" Then, rather than stopping at that frightening scenario, continue by planning how you would respond if it actually occurred. For instance, if you fear that quitting your job to start a business might lead to financial disaster, your contingency plan might include, "I would cut non-essential expenses, use my emergency fund for basic needs, reach out to my professional network for contract work opportunities, and apply for positions similar to my previous role. Within 3 to 6 months, I could likely stabilize my situation while planning my next entrepreneurial attempt with the lessons learned." This approach acknowledges the possibility of failure while demonstrating that even worst-case scenarios have pathways forward. By having a concrete plan for addressing potential setbacks, you remove much of the mystery and dread that make them so frightening. You know that even if things go wrong, you won't be helpless. You'll have options and direction. Another powerful practice is engaging in small acts of bravery, deliberately doing things that scare you a little, related to your bigger goals. The key is choosing actions that create moderate anxiety but remain manageable, firmly in your stretch zone rather than your panic zone. If you fear rejection, you might email someone you admire to ask for advice, recognizing they might not respond. If public speaking terrifies you, you might ask a question during a meeting or webinar. If you're anxious about putting your creative work out for evaluation, you might share a small project with a trusted friend for feedback. After each brave act, acknowledge your courage regardless of the outcome. The goal isn't necessarily success in the conventional sense, but simply taking action despite fear. This builds your courage muscle and creates evidence that you can handle anxiety-producing situations, gradually expanding what feels possible for you. For complex fears with multiple dimensions, try a more structured approach called fear setting. This involves systematically analyzing a specific fear by answering 3 questions. First, define exactly what you're afraid might happen, the specific negative consequences you anticipate. Be detailed and concrete rather than vague. Second, identify ways you could prevent these negative outcomes. What precautions could you take? What skills could you develop? What resources could you put in place? Third, if the worst did happen despite your preventive measures, how could you repair the situation or minimize its impact? What would recovery look like? This 3-part analysis transforms amorphous dread into a practical problem-solving exercise. By thinking through prevention and repair strategies, you develop confidence in your ability to handle challenges, reducing the paralyzing effect of fear. Finally, Create an emotional anchor by recalling a past success over fear. Think of a time when you faced something frightening or challenging and handled it well. Write a brief narrative of this experience, describing how you felt beforehand, likely anxious and doubtful, and afterward, probably relieved, proud, and more confident. Keep this anchor story accessible, perhaps in a journal or as a note on your phone. When current fears threaten to overwhelm you, reread this account to remind yourself that you have overcome challenges before and can do so again. This creates continuity between your past successes and your present challenges, reinforcing your identity as someone capable of courageous action. These practices don't eliminate fear. That's not the goal. Rather, they help you develop a healthier relationship with fear, one where it informs your actions without controlling them. Over time, as you consistently act despite fear, you'll find that its grip loosens. What once seemed terrifying becomes merely challenging. What was challenging becomes routine. This is how your comfort zone gradually expands, allowing you to pursue increasingly ambitious goals with confidence. Not because you never feel afraid, but because you've learned that fear doesn't have to stop you. It can even guide you toward your most important growth opportunities. The journey of conquering fear is ongoing. Even as you master current challenges, new ones will emerge as you continue to aim high. But with each cycle of facing fear and moving forward anyway, your capacity grows. You develop not fearlessness, but something far more valuable, the ability to feel fear and act with courage anyway. As you practice the strategies in this chapter, you'll notice something remarkable happening. The fears that once held you back begin to lose their power. Actions that seemed impossible become merely difficult. What was difficult becomes manageable. Your vision of what's possible expands as fear's constraints loosen. But conquering fear, while essential, is only one piece of the puzzle. Even with fear no longer holding you back, you might still find yourself stuck in a pattern all too common among ambitious people. Planning, preparing, researching, doing everything except the one thing that actually moves you toward your goals. In the next chapter, we'll address this crucial distinction between motion and action, between being busy and being productive. You'll discover why some people make remarkable progress toward ambitious goals, while others, despite similar talents and opportunities, remain perpetually on the starting block. The difference comes down to a deceptively simple skill that, once mastered, can accelerate your progress toward any goal. Chapter 4. Taking Action. There's a peculiar phenomenon I've observed over years of working with ambitious individuals. Two people can have nearly identical goals, similar levels of talent, comparable resources, and equal access to information, yet one surges forward while the other remains stuck in place. What explains this difference? It's not intelligence, privilege, or luck, though these factors certainly matter. The critical distinction lies in something far more fundamental, something so basic it's often overlooked in discussions of achievement and success. I witnessed this contrast vividly during a workshop I conducted for aspiring entrepreneurs. Everyone arrived with enthusiasm and big ideas. They all participated in the visioning exercises, crafted ambitious plans, and expressed genuine determination to bring their concepts to life. 6 months later, I followed up with the participants. About 20% had made significant progress, securing funding, building prototypes, acquiring customers. Another 30% had taken modest steps forward, but fully half had accomplished virtually nothing toward their stated goals. When I asked this latter group what happened, their answers were remarkably similar. I'm still refining my business plan. I'm doing more market research. I'm waiting for the perfect time to launch. I need to learn more about the industry first. These weren't excuses. These individuals genuinely believed they were being prudent, thorough, and strategic. Yet while they were planning, analyzing, and preparing, their more successful counterparts were doing something fundamentally different. They were taking action. This distinction between thinking about doing and actually doing may seem obvious, but it represents the single greatest barrier between dreaming and achieving. Knowledge, planning, and intention are necessary but insufficient. They create potential, but only action converts that potential into reality. This chapter explores the critical skill of execution, the ability to consistently translate your ambitions and plans into concrete actions that move you toward your goals. You'll learn why the gap between intention and action exists, how to bridge it systematically, and how to maintain momentum even when motivation fluctuates. By the end, you'll understand why consistent action, even imperfect action, is the true secret to extraordinary achievement, and you'll have practical strategies to ensure your big dreams don't remain perpetually on the drawing board. From plan to practice. The space between knowing what to do and actually doing it represents one of the most challenging transitions in any ambitious pursuit. This gap, what psychologists call the intention-action gap, explains why so many potential achievements never materialize. Research suggests that intention alone accounts for only about 20 to 30% of the variance in behavior. In other words, simply wanting to do something and planning to do it predicts less than a third of whether you'll actually follow through. This sobering statistic explains why New Year's resolutions, business plans, and personal goals so often remain unrealized despite genuine commitment. One of the most common manifestations of this gap is analysis paralysis, the tendency to get stuck in endless planning, research, and preparation. While thorough preparation has its place, it often becomes a sophisticated form of procrastination, creating the illusion of progress without the risk of actual implementation. How can you tell if you're caught in analysis paralysis? Watch for these signs. You're constantly seeking more information before starting. You revise your plans repeatedly without executing them. You feel like you need to know everything before taking the first step. Or you're waiting for the perfect moment to begin. The antidote to analysis paralysis is setting a decision deadline, a firm date by which you'll move from planning to action, regardless of whether you feel completely ready. This deadline creates healthy pressure to transition from thinking to doing. It acknowledges that at some point, additional planning yields diminishing returns compared to the learning that comes from actual implementation. Another effective strategy is taking a small, low-risk step even if your plan isn't fully formed. This creates momentum and provides real-world feedback that no amount of planning can generate. For instance, instead of spending months perfecting a business plan in isolation, you might have a few conversations with potential customers to test your core assumptions. The insights from these conversations will likely improve your plan far more than additional solo analysis. This approach connects to the concept of minimum viable progress, MVP, adapting the startup principle of minimum viable product to personal achievement. Instead of aiming for perfect execution from the outset, identify the simplest action that would constitute meaningful progress and start there. For a book project, this might mean writing a single page rather than outlining the entire manuscript. For a business idea, it could involve creating a simple prototype rather than a polished product. For a fitness goal, it might be a 10-minute workout rather than a comprehensive training program. The MVP approach emphasizes starting before you feel fully ready, a counterintuitive but powerful principle. Most people believe they should feel confident and prepared before taking action, but the reality is often reversed. Action creates confidence and preparation. By taking small steps forward, you gather feedback, build skills, and develop the readiness that seemed prerequisite to starting. This iterative approach also relieves the pressure of getting everything right immediately. Your first actions don't need to achieve the final outcome. They simply need to generate learning and momentum. Each step provides data that helps refine your approach, making subsequent actions more effective. Consider how different this is from the perfectionist mindset that delays action until conditions seem ideal. The perfectionist might spend months researching and planning a podcast, while the action taker launches a simple version after minimal preparation, improves based on listener feedback, and builds an audience while the perfectionist is still finalizing their outline. This isn't to dismiss the value of planning entirely. Strategic thinking remains essential for ambitious goals, But the most effective approach combines thoughtful planning with prompt action, using real-world feedback to refine your strategy rather than trying to perfect it in advance. The key is developing a bias for action, a default orientation toward doing rather than just thinking about doing. When in doubt, ask yourself, what's one small step I could take right now that would move this forward? Then take that step, learn from it, and determine your next move based on what you discover. Beating procrastination. Even with the best intentions and a clear understanding of the importance of action, procrastination can derail your progress. This universal tendency to delay important tasks, despite knowing better, affects virtually everyone at times, but it can be particularly problematic when pursuing ambitious goals that require consistent effort. To overcome procrastination effectively, start by identifying your specific triggers. Procrastination isn't a character flaw, but a complex behavior with various causes. Understanding your particular patterns allows you to develop targeted strategies rather than generic solutions. Common procrastination triggers include perfectionism, fear that your work won't meet your high standards, feeling overwhelmed by the size or complexity of a task, lack of clarity about how to proceed, fear of failure or judgment, and even fear of success and its implications. Each of these triggers requires a different approach. If perfectionism drives your procrastination, try adopting a draft mindset where you give yourself permission to produce mediocre work initially. Remind yourself that all great achievements start with imperfect versions that improve through iteration. The goal of your first attempt isn't excellence, but simply existence, creating something you can refine rather than nothing at all. When feeling overwhelmed triggers delay, break the task into smaller components that feel manageable. Instead of write business plan, your next action might be create outline of executive summary, or even write first paragraph of mission statement. By reducing the scope to something that doesn't trigger anxiety, you make it easier to begin. For tasks where lack of clarity causes hesitation, start by defining the very next physical action required, not work on project, but open document and write section headings, or call Jane to clarify requirements. This specificity eliminates the ambiguity that often leads to procrastination. One of the most universally effective anti-procrastination techniques is the 5-minute rule. This simple approach involves committing to work on a task for just 5 minutes, with permission to stop after that if you still don't want to continue. The beauty of this technique lies in how it leverages the physics of momentum in human behavior. Starting is almost always the hardest part of any task. Once you're in motion, continuing requires far less energy than initiating. The 5-minute rule makes starting easier by minimizing the commitment. Anyone can do almost anything for just 5 minutes. Yet once you begin, you'll often find yourself naturally continuing beyond the initial time frame because you've overcome the activation energy required to start. This technique works because it addresses the psychological resistance to beginning rather than trying to force sustained effort through willpower alone. It's particularly effective for tasks that seem unpleasant in anticipation but are actually quite engaging once you're involved in them. Another powerful strategy for overcoming procrastination is creating public accountability. When your commitment remains private, the only consequence of delay is your own disappointment. But when you share your intention with others, additional motivational forces come into play. The desire to maintain consistency between your words and actions, the social pressure to follow through, and the support that others can provide. This doesn't mean broadcasting every goal to your entire social network. Often, a single accountability partner is most effective, someone who understands your objectives and will check in on your progress. Agreeing to send this person regular updates or deliverables by specific dates creates external structure that can motivate action when internal motivation wavers. The key with accountability is ensuring it's supportive rather than shame-inducing. The goal isn't to feel bad about missed targets, but to create additional incentives for following through and a support system for getting back on track when you falter. These strategies, identifying triggers, breaking tasks down, using the 5-minute rule, and establishing accountability provide a toolkit for addressing procrastination when it arises. By recognizing procrastination as a signal rather than a character flaw, you can respond constructively rather than adding self-criticism to the mix, which typically only increases resistance to action. Building momentum. While overcoming initial resistance to action is crucial, sustaining progress over time requires different strategies. This is where the power of momentum comes into play. The principle that consistent action creates a self-reinforcing cycle that makes continued action easier. One of the most effective ways to build momentum is establishing routines that make action automatic rather than requiring a new decision each time. When you designate specific times for working toward your goals, you eliminate the daily negotiation with yourself about whether and when to take action. For instance, if you decide that every weekday from 7 to 8 a.m. is dedicated to your most important project, that time becomes non-negotiable, like a meeting with your most important client. You don't reconsider it daily or wait until you feel motivated. You simply show up and do the work because that's what happens during that hour. This routine-based approach dramatically reduces the willpower required for consistent action. Research on habit formation shows that decisions deplete mental energy, while routines conserve it. By converting deliberate actions into routine behaviors, you make consistency sustainable rather than exhausting. The environment plays a crucial role in supporting these routines, a topic we'll explore more deeply in Chapter 7. For now, consider how you might set up your physical space to facilitate your key actions. This could be as simple as preparing your workspace each evening for the next morning's session, eliminating potential distractions, or creating visual cues that remind you of your priorities. Another powerful momentum-building practice is tracking your progress. The simple act of recording your daily actions creates multiple benefits. It provides a visual representation of your consistency, creates a mild form of accountability to yourself, and delivers small dopamine hits of satisfaction each time you mark an action as complete. This tracking doesn't need to be elaborate. A simple calendar where you mark days you took action toward your goal, a journal where you note your progress, or a digital app that tracks key metrics can all serve this purpose. The key is making the tracking itself easy enough that it doesn't become an additional barrier to action. Many people find that seeing a chain of consecutive days where they took action becomes motivating in itself. They don't want to break the chain. This visual representation of consistency creates a virtuous cycle where past action encourages future action, building momentum over time. Of course, life inevitably presents interruptions and challenges that can threaten this momentum. The key to long-term consistency isn't perfect adherence to your ideal routine, but rather the ability to adjust your pace without stopping completely. When time constraints, illness, travel, or other circumstances make your normal routine impossible, scale down your actions rather than abandoning them entirely. If you can't do your usual hour of focused work, do 15 minutes. If you can't complete your full project session, at least review your notes and plan your next steps. This flexible persistence maintains continuity even during challenging periods. It recognizes that consistency beats intensity for long-term results. Regular small actions ultimately accomplish more than occasional bursts of activity followed by long gaps. The research on habit formation supports this approach. When you maintain even a minimal version of a habit during disruptions, you preserve the neural pathways associated with that behavior, making it much easier to resume full engagement when circumstances improve. By contrast, completely abandoning a habit requires rebuilding those pathways from scratch when you return. This principle of adjusting pace rather than stopping completely applies to motivation as well. No one feels consistently motivated every day, regardless of what social media might suggest. The key is developing the ability to take action even when motivation is low, trusting that the action itself will often generate the motivation that wasn't present at the start. As researcher and habit expert James Clear puts it, You don't need to be motivated to act. You need to act to be motivated. This insight flips the conventional wisdom that motivation precedes action. In reality, action often creates motivation through the progress and momentum it generates. Smart action. While consistent action forms the foundation of achievement, not all actions are created equal. To maximize your progress toward ambitious goals, you need to prioritize effectively, focusing your limited time and energy on high-impact activities rather than merely staying busy. One of the most powerful approaches is tackling your highest impact task during your peak energy period. For many people, this means working on their most important project first thing in the morning before other demands and distractions accumulate. This strategy, sometimes called eating the frog, referring to doing the hardest but most valuable thing first, ensures that even if the rest of the day goes off track, you've still moved forward on what matters most. Identifying these high-impact tasks requires distinguishing between activities that feel productive and those that actually drive meaningful progress. This is where the Pareto principle, or 80-20 rule, provides valuable guidance. This principle observes that in many domains, roughly 80% of results come from 20% of efforts. Applied to personal achievement, this suggests that a small subset of your possible actions will generate the majority of your progress. Your job is to identify these high-leverage activities and prioritize them over less consequential tasks that might feel productive but contribute little to your ultimate goals. For instance, if you're launching a business, redesigning your logo for the 5th time might feel like work, but having conversations with potential customers or creating your minimum viable product will likely drive far more progress. If you're writing a book, endlessly researching might seem necessary, but actually writing pages moves you more directly toward completion. This prioritization requires being willing to say no or defer low-impact activities, even when they're easier or more comfortable than high-impact ones. It means recognizing when you're engaging in productive procrastination, doing tasks that are useful but less important as a way of avoiding the essential but challenging work that would create real momentum. Another aspect of smart action is embracing an experimental mindset. When pursuing ambitious goals, you won't have all the answers at the outset. Rather than seeing this as a reason to delay action until you have more knowledge, treat each action as an experiment that generates valuable data. This learning by doing approach acknowledges that some of your efforts won't work as expected, and that's not only acceptable, but necessary for progress. Each attempt, successful or not, provides information that helps refine your approach, making subsequent actions more effective. Consider how different this is from the perfectionist approach that tries to eliminate all possibility of error before taking action. The perfectionist might spend months researching the right way to approach a goal, while the experimentalist tries multiple approaches in the same time frame, learning from each and quickly converging on what works. This experimental mindset also reduces the psychological burden of action. When you frame an effort as an experiment rather than a definitive test of your capability, you create space for learning without the pressure of perfect performance. You become curious about outcomes rather than anxious about them. The combination of prioritizing high-impact tasks and maintaining an experimental mindset creates a powerful approach to action, one that maximizes progress while minimizing wasted effort and unnecessary pressure. It ensures that your consistent action isn't just motion, but meaningful movement toward your goals. From intention to implementation. Now that you understand the principles of effective action, let's explore specific practices that can help you apply these ideas consistently. These techniques bridge the gap between good intentions and actual implementation, creating structures that support follow-through. One of the most research-backed approaches is implementation intention planning, a strategy that significantly increases the likelihood of following through on your goals. While traditional goal setting focuses on what you want to achieve, implementation intentions specify exactly when, where, and how you'll take action. These intentions take the form of If situation, then I will action. For example, if it's 7 a.m. on a weekday, then I will spend 30 minutes writing at my desk. Or, when I finish work each day, then I will immediately spend 20 minutes on my project before doing anything else. This approach works because it removes the need for decision-making in the moment. You've already decided precisely what you'll do and when you'll do it, eliminating the point where many good intentions falter, the gap between general commitment and specific action. Research on implementation intentions is remarkably consistent. People who formulate their plans in this specific format are far more likely to follow through than those who simply intend to act. One meta-analysis found that implementation intentions had a significant positive effect on goal achievement across diverse domains and populations. To apply this strategy, identify key actions related to your ambitious goals and formulate at least 3 implementation intentions that specify exactly when and where you'll perform these actions. Write these intentions down and post them where you'll see them regularly. The specificity and visibility of these commitments dramatically increase the probability of consistent action. Another powerful practice is identifying your one-task daily win, the single action each day that would most significantly move your important goals forward. Each morning or the night before, determine this high-leverage task and commit to completing it before less important activities. This approach acknowledges that on most days, competing demands make it difficult to accomplish everything you might hope to. By identifying and prioritizing the single most important action, you ensure that even on challenging days, you make meaningful progress on what matters most. The practice of time blocking provides additional structure for consistent action. Rather than leaving action to chance or waiting until you find time, proactively schedule specific blocks in your calendar dedicated to your important goals. Treat these blocks as non-negotiable appointments with yourself, deserving the same respect you'd give to meetings with important clients or colleagues. When time blocking, be specific about both the timing and the content of each session. Instead of just blocking project time, specify exactly what aspect of the project you'll work on during that period. This specificity eliminates ambiguity when the time arrives, making it easier to start without hesitation. For deeper insight into your personal patterns of action and delay, consider keeping a procrastination journal for 1 week. Whenever you notice yourself procrastinating on an important task, note what you were avoiding, what you did instead, and how you felt in that moment. At the end of the week, review your entries to identify patterns. Do certain types of tasks consistently trigger avoidance? What emotions typically accompany your procrastination? What alternative activities do you gravitate toward when avoiding important work? For each pattern you identify, develop a specific counter-strategy. If you notice you avoid tasks that feel overwhelming, your strategy might be breaking them into smaller components before starting. If you procrastinate when feeling uncertain about how to proceed, you might establish a ritual of creating a simple outline or asking for input before beginning. Finally, don't underestimate the power of celebrating progress. Research on motivation consistently shows that recognizing and appreciating small wins significantly increases the likelihood of continued action. The progress principle, identified by researcher Teresa Amabile, demonstrates that making progress on meaningful work is the single most powerful motivator for continued engagement and positive emotions. Create a simple system for acknowledging your consistent actions and milestones. This could be as basic as marking days on a calendar when you follow through on your commitments, or as elaborate as a structured reward system for reaching certain benchmarks. The key is making the connection between action and positive reinforcement explicit, training your brain to associate forward movement with good feelings. These practices, implementation intentions, daily wins, time blocking, procrastination awareness, and progress celebration, create a comprehensive system for translating your ambitions into consistent action. By incorporating these approaches into your routine, you establish the foundation for extraordinary achievement, the ability to consistently do what matters, even when it's challenging. Remember that action itself is a skill, one that improves with practice and conscious development. Each time you follow through on a commitment, you strengthen your action muscle, making subsequent follow-through easier. Over time, this creates a virtuous cycle where action leads to progress. Progress generates motivation, and motivation fuels further action. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is bridged not by knowledge, planning, or intention alone, but by consistent, strategic action. As you implement the practices in this chapter, you'll find yourself moving steadily toward your ambitious goals, converting potential into reality through the simple but profound act of doing. Yet, even as you develop your capacity for consistent action, you may encounter an unexpected obstacle, one that can undermine your efforts despite your best intentions and disciplined approach. This invisible barrier has derailed countless ambitious pursuits, not because the individuals lacked ability or determination, but because they overlooked a fundamental truth about human achievement. In the next chapter, we'll explore this critical factor and reveal why some people persist through challenges that cause others to abandon their goals. You'll discover the psychological foundation that supports sustained effort and how to cultivate it within yourself, ensuring that your actions continue even when the initial excitement of a new goal has faded. Chapter 5. Believing in yourself. Have you ever watched someone with less experience, fewer qualifications, or seemingly less talent achieve something remarkable, while others with superior credentials remained on the sidelines? It's a puzzling phenomenon that plays out across every field of human endeavor. Two individuals with comparable skills face the same opportunity. One steps forward with confidence and succeeds, while the other hesitates, doubts their abilities, and ultimately achieves far less than their potential would suggest. What separates these two people isn't talent, intelligence, or even luck. It's something far more fundamental, something that operates beneath the surface yet profoundly influences every aspect of achievement. I witnessed this dynamic during a pitch competition where entrepreneurs presented their ideas to potential investors. One presenter had impressive credentials, a meticulously researched business plan, and a polished presentation. Yet when questioned about potential challenges, she became defensive and uncertain, repeatedly qualifying her answers with phrases like, "I think," and "hopefully." Another presenter had a less developed concept and fewer credentials. But when faced with tough questions, he responded with calm confidence. "That's a challenge we've considered carefully. Here's our approach." He didn't have all the answers, but he projected absolute belief in his ability to find them. The investors chose the second entrepreneur. When asked why, one explained, "We invest in people as much as ideas. If he doesn't believe he can succeed, why should we?" This invisible factor, self-belief, often determines who advances and who retreats, who persists through challenges, and who surrenders at the first sign of difficulty. It's the foundation upon which all other success principles rest. Without it, ambition falters, vision dims, and action becomes hesitant and inconsistent. This chapter explores how to cultivate unshakable confidence in your ability to achieve your biggest goals. Not the fragile confidence that comes from external validation or past achievements alone, but the robust self-belief that sustains you through uncertainty, setbacks, and the inevitable challenges of pursuing ambitious aims. By the end, you'll understand why believing in yourself isn't just motivational fluff, but a practical, learnable skill with profound implications for your success. And you'll have concrete strategies to strengthen this belief, silence your inner critic, and create a self-reinforcing cycle of confidence and achievement. Understanding self-efficacy. At the heart of self-belief lies a concept psychologists call self-efficacy, a term coined by researcher Albert Bandura to describe our belief in our ability to succeed in specific situations or accomplish particular tasks. It's not a general sense of self-worth or confidence, but rather a targeted belief about your capability to organize and execute the actions needed to achieve your goals. In simpler terms, self-efficacy is your answer to the question, "Can I do this?" It's your assessment of whether you can learn what you need to learn, develop the skills you need to develop, and persist through the challenges you'll inevitably face. This specific belief profoundly influences nearly every aspect of your pursuit of ambitious goals. Research shows that people with high self-efficacy choose more challenging goals, put forth greater effort to achieve them, and persist longer in the face of obstacles. They recover more quickly from setbacks because they see difficulties as temporary challenges to overcome rather than evidence of personal inadequacy. Consider two novices learning a complex skill. One thinks, "I'm terrible at this. I'll never get it right." The other thinks, "This is challenging, but I can learn it with practice." Research consistently shows that the second person will typically outperform the first, even if they start with identical ability levels. The difference in belief leads to differences in effort, persistence, and ultimately, results. This illustrates the powerful belief-behavior loop that either propels you forward or holds you back. When you believe you can succeed, you put forth more effort and persist longer. This increased effort and persistence typically lead to better results, which in turn strengthen your belief in your capabilities. It's a virtuous cycle where belief drives behavior, and behavior reinforces belief. Conversely, doubt creates a negative loop. When you doubt your abilities, you tend to put forth less effort or avoid challenges altogether. This half-hearted effort or avoidance leads to poor results, which seem to confirm your initial doubts. Each cycle of this loop deepens your sense of inadequacy and makes future success seem even less attainable. The good news is that you can intervene at any point in this cycle. By deliberately adjusting your beliefs, even before you have proof of your capabilities, you can change your behaviors in ways that eventually produce the results that solidify your confidence. This is why understanding and cultivating self-efficacy is so crucial for ambitious achievement. It's important to recognize that self-belief isn't uniform across all areas of life. You might have high self-efficacy in your professional domain, but low confidence in social situations. You might trust your creative abilities, but doubt your technical skills. This domain-specific nature of self-efficacy means you can't simply categorize yourself as confident or unconfident as a general trait. This specificity actually provides an opportunity. By identifying areas where you already feel confident, you can examine what that confidence feels like and how it influences your behavior. Then you can begin to translate those feelings and approaches to domains where your confidence is lower. For instance, if you feel highly confident in your ability to master complex software, but doubt your capacity to speak in public, you might ask, how do I approach learning software? What mindset do I bring to that process? How do I handle initial confusion or mistakes? Then consider how you could apply that same approach to developing your public speaking skills. This transfer of confidence from one domain to another helps you recognize that the capabilities that serve you well in areas of strength, persistence, learning strategies, resilience, are available to you in all areas. The difference isn't in your fundamental abilities, but in your beliefs about those abilities in different contexts. Silencing the inner critic. One of the greatest obstacles to self-belief is the persistent voice of self-doubt that many of us carry within, what psychologists often call the inner critic. This internal dialogue of negative self-evaluation can undermine your confidence and sabotage your efforts before you even begin. Common manifestations of the inner critic include thoughts like, "I'm not smart enough for this. Who am I to think I could accomplish something so ambitious? I always mess up eventually," or "I don't have what it takes." These thoughts might seem like realistic self-assessment, but they're typically distorted, overgeneralized, and far more harmful than helpful. The first step in silencing this critic is simply becoming aware of its presence and patterns. Many people experience negative self-talk so habitually that they don't even recognize it as a distinct voice. It's simply the background noise of their mental landscape. By developing awareness of these thoughts, you create space to question and ultimately change them. Try monitoring your self-talk for a day. particularly when facing challenges or contemplating ambitious goals. What messages do you send yourself? Are they encouraging and supportive, or critical and undermining? You might be surprised by how harsh your internal dialogue can be, far harsher than anything you would say to a friend or colleague facing similar circumstances. Once you've identified these negative narratives, you can begin to challenge and reframe them using a technique from cognitive behavioral psychology called cognitive restructuring. This involves examining the evidence for and against your negative thought, considering alternative perspectives, and developing a more balanced and constructive viewpoint. For example, if your inner critic says, "You have no idea what you're doing, you're going to fail miserably," you might challenge this by asking, "Is it really true that I have no idea? What do I know about this situation? Have I ever faced something unfamiliar before and figured it out? What resources could help me learn what I need to know?" This questioning typically leads to a more balanced thought like, "I'm still learning, and it's normal not to know everything at first. I've figured out complex things before, and I can do so again. I have resources and people I can turn to for guidance." This reframing isn't about deluding yourself with false positivity. It's about replacing distorted, unhelpful thinking with more accurate and constructive perspectives. Over time, this practice rewires your habitual thinking patterns, gradually shifting your default internal dialogue from criticism to encouragement. Another common manifestation of the inner critic is imposter syndrome, the persistent feeling that you're a fraud and that others will eventually discover you're not as competent as they believe. This phenomenon is remarkably widespread, affecting high achievers across fields and demographics. Research suggests that imposter feelings are particularly common among high-achieving women and minorities, but they affect people from all backgrounds. Studies of successful professionals, academics, and executives have found that 70% or more report experiencing imposter syndrome at some point in their careers. Understanding the prevalence of these feelings can itself be liberating. Many people suffering from imposter syndrome believe they're uniquely inadequate, unaware that the accomplished colleagues they admire often harbor the same doubts. Recognizing that these feelings are common, even normal, among high achievers helps put them in perspective. Several strategies can help manage imposter feelings. One approach is creating an evidence file, a collection of positive feedback, accomplishments, and concrete evidence of your competence that you can review when doubt strikes. This provides an objective counterweight to the subjective feeling of inadequacy. Another effective strategy is talking openly about these feelings with trusted mentors or peers. You'll often discover that they've experienced similar doubts, which both normalizes your experience and provides insight into how others have overcome these feelings. Perhaps most importantly, shifting your focus from perfection to contribution can alleviate imposter anxiety. When you're preoccupied with how you're being perceived and whether you measure up, imposter feelings flourish. When you focus instead on the value you're creating and the problems you're solving, those feelings typically diminish. The question becomes not, "Am I good enough?" but "How can I help? What can I contribute?" Building confidence. While managing negative self-talk is essential, building robust self-belief also requires proactive strategies to strengthen your confidence. Research on self-efficacy identifies several key sources of confidence, with mastery experiences, successful performances where you overcome challenges being the most powerful. One effective approach is deliberately creating opportunities for small wins. Rather than immediately tackling your most ambitious goals, start with smaller challenges that stretch your abilities but remain achievable. Each success builds evidence for your capability, gradually strengthening your belief in your ability to handle bigger challenges. For instance, if your ultimate goal involves public speaking to large audiences, you might start by speaking to a small group of supportive colleagues, then progress to larger departmental meetings, community groups, and eventually larger venues. Each successful experience creates a foundation for the next level of challenge. This graduated approach doesn't mean avoiding ambitious goals. It means creating a strategic path toward them that builds confidence through progressive achievement. The key is ensuring that each step is challenging enough to require effort and growth, but not so daunting that success seems impossible. Sometimes, lack of confidence stems not from negative self-talk, but from genuine gaps in knowledge or skills. In these cases, targeted skill development can significantly boost self-belief. Identify specific abilities that would make you feel more prepared and confident in pursuing your goals, then create a deliberate plan to develop those capabilities. This might involve formal education, self-directed learning, or seeking mentorship from someone who has mastered the skills you need. The process of deliberately developing your abilities not only increases your objective competence, but also strengthens your subjective confidence. When you know you've put in the work to prepare, you naturally trust your capabilities more. Visualization and affirmation techniques can also strengthen self-belief by priming your mind for confidence and success. Elite athletes have long used visualization to enhance performance, mentally rehearsing successful execution of their skills before physical performance. Research suggests this mental practice activates neural pathways similar to those used during actual performance, creating a form of preparation that translates to greater confidence and effectiveness. You can apply this approach by regularly visualizing yourself successfully handling challenging situations related to your goals. See yourself performing with confidence, responding effectively to obstacles, and achieving your desired outcomes. Engage all your senses in this visualization, what you see, hear, and feel as you succeed, making the experience as vivid and detailed as possible. Positive affirmations can complement visualization by providing verbal reinforcement of your capabilities and potential. These aren't magical incantations, but rather deliberate efforts to counter negative self-talk with more constructive messages. Effective affirmations are specific, present tense, and personally meaningful. Rather than generic statements like, "I am successful," try more targeted affirmations like, "I am developing the skills and knowledge needed to excel in my field," or "I approach challenges with creativity and persistence." The power of affirmations comes not from merely repeating positive phrases, but from actively engaging with them, reflecting on their meaning, connecting them to your experiences, and allowing them to shape your self-perception over time. When practiced consistently, this process can gradually shift your default self-talk from critical to supportive, reinforcing your confidence and resilience. Support systems. While internal strategies for building self-belief are essential, external factors also significantly influence your confidence. The people around you can either reinforce your self-doubt or strengthen your belief in your capabilities. Creating a supportive environment is therefore a crucial component of developing unshakable self-belief. Start by assessing your current social circle. Are the people closest to you supportive of your ambitions? Do they express belief in your potential? Or do they subtly, or not so subtly, undermine your confidence with skepticism, excessive caution, or outright discouragement? This isn't about surrounding yourself with uncritical cheerleaders who never challenge your thinking. Constructive feedback and thoughtful questions from those who want you to succeed are invaluable. The key distinction is whether the person fundamentally believes in your capability to achieve your goals, even while helping you refine your approach. Seek out relationships with people who embody a growth mindset, who believe that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. Their perspective will naturally reinforce your own belief in your capacity to grow and overcome challenges. Their encouragement serves as external validation until your internal belief becomes strong enough to sustain you independently. Equally important is limiting exposure to chronic naysayers who consistently undermine your confidence. Sometimes these are people who care about you but project their own fears and limitations onto your ambitions. Other times, they may feel threatened by your potential success or change. While you can't always eliminate these influences, particularly with family or colleagues, you can set boundaries around how much their perspectives influence your thinking. Mentors and role models provide another powerful source of confidence through what Bandura called vicarious experience, seeing others similar to yourself succeed through sustained effort. When you observe someone with comparable starting points achieve what you aspire to, it strengthens your belief that you can do the same. A mentor who has walked the path you're pursuing can provide not only practical guidance, but also reassurance that your goals are attainable. Their perspective helps you distinguish between genuine obstacles and self-imposed limitations, and their example serves as living proof that your ambitions are realistic with the right approach and persistence. Role models don't necessarily need to be people you know personally. You can draw inspiration and confidence from individuals you admire from afar, whether through books, interviews, or other media. The key is finding people whose journeys resonate with yours, who faced similar challenges or started from comparable positions and achieved the kinds of goals you're pursuing. Finally, developing the habit of celebrating your progress reinforces self-belief by creating a record of achievement that counters self-doubt. Many ambitious people focus exclusively on how far they still have to go, overlooking how far they've already come. This future-focused perspective, while motivating in some ways, can undermine confidence by keeping you perpetually focused on what you haven't yet accomplished. Balance this by regularly acknowledging your progress and achievements, however modest they might seem. This isn't about complacency or settling for less than your ultimate goals. It's about recognizing the evidence of your capability that accumulates along the journey. Celebrations don't need to be elaborate. They might involve simply pausing to acknowledge a milestone, sharing your progress with supportive friends, or giving yourself a small reward for consistent effort. The key is making the recognition explicit rather than rushing past achievements in pursuit of the next goal. Over time, this practice strengthens your identity as someone who sets ambitious goals and makes steady progress toward them. This identity, I am someone who achieves things, becomes a powerful source of confidence that transcends any individual goal or challenge. Boosting your self-belief. Let's explore specific practices that can help you apply these principles and strengthen your self-belief in practical ways. One powerful exercise is creating a success log, a record of things you've accomplished or challenges you've overcome in the past. These don't need to be monumental achievements. They can include learning a skill, handling a difficult situation effectively, completing a project despite obstacles, or any experience that required persistence and effort. For each accomplishment, note not just what you achieved, but what personal qualities or actions helped you succeed. Did you demonstrate creativity, persistence, courage, or adaptability? Did you seek help when needed, break a complex task into manageable parts, or find an innovative solution to a problem? This exercise serves multiple purposes. It creates a tangible record of your capabilities that you can review when doubt strikes. It helps you identify patterns in your strengths and successful strategies. And perhaps most importantly, it shifts your focus from what you lack to what you've already demonstrated you can do. Keep this log accessible and add to it as you achieve new milestones. When facing a challenging situation, review it to remind yourself, I have succeeded before, I can succeed again. Another practical approach is systematically reframing your self-talk. For one day, make a conscious effort to notice every negative or limiting thought you direct toward yourself. Write these thoughts down as you catch them, then immediately write a more balanced and constructive alternative. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, I'm terrible at this, I'll never get it right, you might reframe it as, this is difficult for me right now, but I can improve with practice. Everyone struggles when learning something new. Practice this reframing daily for at least a week. Initially, it will require conscious effort, but over time, the balanced perspective becomes more automatic. You're essentially training yourself to be your own supportive coach rather than your harshest critic. For areas where lack of skill or knowledge undermines your confidence, try a skill confidence booster. Identify one capability that, if improved even slightly, would would increase your confidence in pursuing your larger goals. This might be a technical skill, a communication ability, or knowledge in a particular area. Devote focused time to developing this capability, approaching it as deliberate training rather than a test of your worth. After this focused development, reflect on how even a modest improvement in skill affects your confidence. This creates a direct experience of the relationship between competence and confidence, motivating further skill development. Conversations with mentors or supportive peers can also significantly boost self-belief. Reach out to someone you trust and share a specific doubt or concern about your abilities or goals. Ask if they've ever experienced similar feelings and how they overcame them. These conversations often reveal that the people you admire have faced the same doubts you're experiencing. Hearing how they navigated these challenges provides both practical strategies and the reassurance that your struggles don't indicate inadequacy, but are simply part of the journey toward mastery and achievement. Finally, try a future self visualization exercise. Take 10 to 15 minutes to vividly imagine yourself in the future, having achieved your ambitious goals. See yourself acting with complete confidence in a situation that currently feels challenging, perhaps giving a presentation, leading a team, or showcasing your work. Notice the details of this scene. How do you carry yourself? How do you speak? What does confidence feel like in your body? How do you interact with others? What has changed in how you approach challenges? Now, from the perspective of this confident future self, write a letter to your present self. What advice would your future self offer about the challenges you're currently facing? What perspective would they share about the doubts that sometimes hold you back? What would they want you to know about the path between where you are now and where they are? This exercise allows you to access wisdom and confidence you already possess, but may not consistently connect with. By projecting yourself into a future where you've overcome current limitations, you create a vivid target to move toward and a source of guidance during moments of doubt. These practices, the success log, self-talk reframing, skill development, mentor conversations, and future self-visualization, provide concrete ways to strengthen your self-belief. They address different aspects of confidence building, from recognizing past successes to envisioning future capabilities, from internal dialogue to external support. The key is consistency. Self-belief, like any skill, develops through regular practice and reinforcement. Each time you challenge a limiting belief, acknowledge an achievement, develop a skill, or connect with a supportive influence, you strengthen the foundation of confidence that supports ambitious achievement. Remember that believing in yourself isn't about denying challenges or pretending you already have all the answers. It's about trusting your capacity to learn, grow, and persist through difficulties. It's the conviction that with effort, strategy, and support, you can develop the capabilities needed to achieve your most important goals. This belief that you can rise to the challenges your ambitions require creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you believe you can succeed, you take the actions that make success more likely. You set higher goals, put forth greater effort, persist longer, and recover more quickly from setbacks. These behaviors, in turn, produce results that further strengthen your belief, creating an upward spiral of confidence and achievement. As your self-belief grows stronger, you'll find yourself attempting things you once considered beyond your reach. You'll respond to setbacks with resilience rather than resignation. You'll approach challenges with curiosity rather than fear. And most importantly, you'll begin to recognize that many of the limitations you once accepted as fixed are actually fluid, responsive to your efforts, strategies, and persistent belief in your own potential. Yet, even as your confidence grows, you'll inevitably encounter obstacles and setbacks that test your resolve. How you respond to these challenges, whether you see them as devastating failures or valuable opportunities, will determine whether they become endpoints or turning points in your journey. In our next chapter, we'll explore a counterintuitive approach to handling these inevitable difficulties. You'll discover why the very experiences most people dread and avoid might actually be the most valuable assets in your pursuit of extraordinary achievement if you know how to extract their hidden benefits. Chapter 6. Learning Through Setbacks. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. After months of preparation, countless hours of work, and high hopes, the message was brief and definitive. We regret to inform you that your proposal was not selected. In that moment, two paths emerged. The first, well-worn and familiar, involved interpreting this rejection as evidence of inadequacy. I wasn't good enough. This proves I don't have what it takes. Why did I even try? The second path, less traveled but infinitely more valuable, involved asking a different set of questions. What can I learn from this? How might this redirect me towards something better? What specific improvements could make my next attempt successful? The difference between these two responses represents one of the most crucial distinctions in human achievement. It's not the setbacks themselves that determine your ultimate success. It's how you interpret and respond to them. This truth applies universally, whether you're developing a new skill, building a business, creating art, or pursuing any ambitious goal. Obstacles, rejections, and failures aren't just inevitable. They're essential components of the journey. The question isn't whether you'll encounter setbacks, but whether you'll allow them to define you or use them to refine you. What if the very experiences we most dread and avoid, those moments of failure, rejection, and disappointment, actually contain the seeds of our greatest growth? What if, rather than obstacles to success, these setbacks are actually prerequisites for it? This chapter explores a counterintuitive approach to handling the inevitable challenges of ambitious pursuits. You'll discover how to transform setbacks from crushing disappointments into valuable assets, how to maintain momentum when things go wrong, and how to develop the resilience that sustains long-term achievement. By the end, you'll understand why those who ultimately succeed aren't those who avoid failure, but those who learn to extract its hidden benefits, and why the ability to learn through setbacks might be the single most important skill in converting big dreams into reality. Reframing failure. The first step in learning through setbacks is fundamentally redefining what failure means. In conventional thinking, failure is an endpoint, a final judgment on your abilities or worth. This interpretation is not only psychologically devastating, but also factually inaccurate. A more useful definition recognizes that failure is not a person, but an event. It's not something you are, but something that happened. This distinction might seem subtle, but it creates profound psychological differences. When you say, "I am a failure," you're making an identity statement that's both harmful and inaccurate. When you say, "This specific attempt didn't work," you're making a factual observation that maintains your sense of agency and possibility. This reframing allows you to separate your inherent worth from the outcomes of your efforts. A rejected manuscript doesn't make you a failed writer. It means that particular submission wasn't accepted. A business venture that doesn't succeed doesn't make you a failed entrepreneur. It means that specific approach didn't work in that context at that time. The only scenario where failure becomes final is when you stop trying. As long as you continue to learn, adapt, and persist, setbacks remain temporary experiences rather than definitive conclusions. This perspective shift alone can dramatically change how you respond to difficulties, maintaining your motivation and resilience when others might abandon their pursuits. Another powerful reframe involves seeing failure not as a punishment, but as feedback. Every setback contains information that can improve your next attempt, if you're willing to look for it. This approach transforms failure from something to be feared and avoided into a valuable, if sometimes uncomfortable, source of guidance. When you encounter a setback, train yourself to immediately ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" Rather than ruminating on the disappointment or embarrassment, focus on the lessons embedded in the experience. This simple shift in attention converts a negative event into a growth opportunity. For instance, if your project proposal is rejected, you might ask, "What aspects of my presentation could have been stronger? Was my idea aligned with what the decision makers were seeking? Did I adequately research their priorities and preferences?" Each answer provides specific insights that can strengthen your next attempt. This feedback perspective aligns with how scientists approach their work. When an experiment yields unexpected results, scientists don't consider it a personal failure. They view it as data that helps refine their understanding and approach. They analyze what happened, formulate new hypotheses, and design better experiments. This methodical, curious approach to setbacks can be applied to any field or pursuit. It's also important to recognize how universal setbacks are on the path to significant achievement. Nearly every major innovation, artistic creation, or business success was preceded by multiple failures and adjustments. This isn't coincidence, but causation. The process of trying, failing, learning, and adapting is precisely how breakthroughs occur. Research consistently shows that initial failures frequently pave the way to later innovations, as long as the individuals involved extract and apply the lessons from those failures. One study found that scientists who experienced early failures but persisted ended up producing more highly cited papers over their careers than those with smoother initial paths. The struggle itself, when approached with a learning mindset, contributed to their ultimate impact. Similarly, data from the venture capital world indicates that entrepreneurs with a previous failed startup who launch a second venture often outperform first-time entrepreneurs. The experience of failure, when properly processed, provides invaluable insights that can't be gained through success alone. Understanding this pattern helps normalize struggle and prevents you from feeling singled out when things go wrong. The path to significant achievement is rarely linear or smooth. It typically involves numerous setbacks and redirections. When you recognize this reality, you're less likely to interpret difficulties as evidence that you're on the wrong track or lacking necessary abilities. Growth mindset in action. The way you interpret setbacks is largely determined by your underlying beliefs about ability and improvement. Psychologist Carol Dweck's research on mindsets provides a powerful framework for understanding these interpretations and their consequences. People with a fixed mindset believe that abilities are largely static. You either have them or you don't. In this view, failure indicates a lack of innate ability, making setbacks particularly threatening to one's self-concept. If you can't do something well immediately, it suggests you may never be able to do it well. By contrast, those with a growth mindset believe that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. From this perspective, failure doesn't define your capabilities. It simply indicates that you haven't yet mastered the skill or approach needed for success. This view transforms setbacks from judgments of worth into information about what needs improvement. One practical way to activate a growth mindset is through your language, particularly by embracing what Dweck calls the power of yet. When you catch yourself thinking, "I can't do this," or "I'm not good at this," add the word yet to the end of the statement. This simple addition acknowledges current difficulty while maintaining the possibility of future mastery. This linguistic shift might seem trivial, but research shows it has significant effects on persistence and achievement. In one study, students who were taught to use "not yet" framing when facing challenges showed greater resilience and ultimately higher performance than those who interpreted difficulties as permanent limitations. The power of this approach lies in how it keeps you engaged with challenges rather than avoiding them. When you believe improvement is possible, you're more likely to invest the effort needed to develop your capabilities, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of growth. Another key aspect of the growth mindset involves shifting your focus from performance goals to learning goals. Performance goals emphasize demonstrating your current abilities and achieving specific outcomes: winning the competition, getting the promotion, reaching the sales target. While these goals have their place, they can make setbacks particularly threatening because they're interpreted as evidence of inadequacy. Learning goals, by contrast, emphasize developing new skills, understanding processes, and mastering challenges. With this orientation, setbacks become natural parts of the learning process rather than threats to your ego or identity. You're not failing, You're gathering information about what works and what doesn't. For example, instead of approaching a presentation with the primary goal of impressing the audience, a performance goal, you might focus on improving your public speaking skills and testing which messages resonate most strongly, learning goals. With this orientation, even if the presentation doesn't go as well as hoped, you've still accomplished your primary objective of learning and improving. This shift doesn't mean abandoning ambitious outcomes. It means recognizing that the path to those outcomes involves continuous learning and adjustment. By prioritizing growth over immediate performance, you create psychological space for the inevitable setbacks that accompany meaningful pursuits. The science of neuroplasticity provides biological support for the growth mindset. Research has shown that the brain physically changes in response to challenge and practice. When you struggle with difficult material or skills, your brain forms new neural connections that literally make you smarter or more skilled in that domain. Understanding this biological reality helps you tolerate the frustration that often accompanies setbacks. Those moments of struggle aren't just psychologically valuable, they're physiologically necessary for growth. The discomfort you feel when facing challenges is, in a very real sense, the sensation of your brain developing new capabilities. Studies on brain development show that making mistakes and correcting them leads to stronger neural connections than getting things right immediately. This suggests that the path involving some failure may actually lead to more robust learning than a smoother journey would provide. This scientific perspective reinforces the value of embracing challenges and persisting through difficulties. When you understand that struggle is not just an unfortunate necessity, but actually a biological mechanism for growth, you can approach setbacks with greater patience and even appreciation. Resilience techniques. While reframing failure and adopting a growth mindset provide the conceptual foundation for learning through setbacks, specific techniques for emotional and mental recovery are equally important. Resilience, the ability to bounce back from difficulties, isn't just an innate trait. It's a set of skills that can be developed through deliberate practice. The first crucial skill is self-compassion during setbacks. When things go wrong, many high achievers default to harsh self-criticism, believing this will motivate improvement. Research suggests the opposite. Self-criticism typically leads to decreased motivation and performance, while self-compassion promotes greater resilience and growth. Self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a good friend facing a similar situation. It doesn't mean making excuses or avoiding responsibility. It means acknowledging the difficulty of the situation and responding with supportive rather than punitive internal dialogue. For example, after a significant setback, rather than berating yourself, "I'm such an idiot, I always mess things up," try a more compassionate approach. This is really disappointing, and it's natural to feel upset. Many people struggle with challenges like this. What can I learn from this experience that will help me move forward? Research by psychologist Kristen Neff has shown that self-compassion leads to greater emotional resilience, more accurate self-perception, and increased motivation to improve after setbacks. Contrary to common fears, being kind to yourself doesn't lead to complacency. It creates the psychological safety needed to honestly assess mistakes and take corrective action. Once you've created this compassionate space, a structured analysis process can help extract maximum learning from the experience. A simple but effective approach is an after-action review that asks 3 key questions. What went well despite the outcome? What didn't go as planned? What will I do differently next time? This balanced assessment prevents the common tendency to catastrophize after setbacks, where you overlook what worked and focus exclusively on what didn't. By acknowledging positive elements alongside areas for improvement, you maintain a more accurate and constructive perspective. Writing down this analysis for significant setbacks serves multiple purposes. It helps process the experience emotionally, creates a record of lessons learned that you can reference in the future, and allows you to track your growth over time as you overcome various challenges. The third key resilience technique involves staying connected rather than isolating after setbacks. When we experience failure or rejection, the natural impulse is often to withdraw from others due to embarrassment or a desire to lick our wounds privately. While some personal reflection is valuable, complete isolation typically prolongs recovery and limits learning. Talking about your setback with trusted mentors or supportive peers provides several benefits. It helps normalize the experience as you discover others have faced similar challenges. It offers fresh perspectives on what happened and potential ways forward. And perhaps most importantly, it provides emotional support that buffers against stress and discouragement. Research on resilience consistently identifies social support as one of the strongest predictors of how well people bounce back from adversity. This doesn't mean broadcasting your failures widely, but rather selectively sharing with individuals who can offer genuine understanding and constructive feedback. When seeking this support, be specific about what you need. Sometimes you want emotional encouragement, sometimes practical advice, and sometimes just a listening ear. Clarifying your needs helps others respond in ways that actually support your resilience rather than inadvertently undermining it. These three approaches, practicing self-compassion, conducting structured analysis, and maintaining supportive connections, create a powerful system for recovering from setbacks. They address the emotional, cognitive, and social dimensions of resilience, helping you transform difficulties from devastating blows into valuable growth experiences. Moving forward wiser. Recovering from setbacks is essential, but the ultimate goal is integrating what you've learned into future efforts. This integration transforms isolated failures into stepping stones toward success, ensuring that each challenge makes you stronger and more capable rather than merely returning you to your previous state. One key strategy for moving forward effectively is developing multiple pathways toward your goals. If you have only one approach in mind, a single roadblock can derail your entire journey. By contrast, having plans B, C, and even D creates flexibility that allows you to navigate around obstacles rather than abandoning your destination. This flexibility doesn't mean constantly changing your ultimate goals. It means recognizing that there are multiple routes to achieving them. When one path proves unworkable, you can pivot to an alternative approach without losing sight of your broader vision. For example, if your goal is to build a successful business in a particular industry, your initial plan might involve a specific product or service offering. If market testing reveals limited demand for that offering, rather than concluding you can't succeed in the industry, you might pivot to a different offering that serves the same market or applies your skills in a different way. Brainstorming these alternative pathways in advance before you encounter setbacks provides several advantages. It prevents the panic and tunnel vision that often accompany unexpected obstacles. It keeps you from becoming overly attached to a single approach, and it maintains your sense of agency and possibility when things don't go as planned. Another crucial element in moving forward is maintaining connection to your deeper purpose. When setbacks occur, it's easy to become myopically focused on the specific failure, losing sight of why you started the journey in the first place. Reconnecting with your why, the meaningful purpose behind your goals, provides motivation to persist when the path becomes difficult. This connection to purpose relates to what we'll explore more deeply in Chapter 8. But for now, recognize that a compelling why creates resilience that transcends individual setbacks. When you're driven by something larger than immediate success or external validation, you can weather disappointments that might otherwise prompt you to give up. Research by psychologist Angela Duckworth on the quality of grit, passion, and perseverance for long-term goals has shown that this combination of meaningful purpose and determined persistence predicts achievement better than talent in many domains. Her studies found that the highest performers weren't necessarily those with the greatest natural ability, but those who maintained their effort and commitment despite challenges. This finding reinforces a powerful truth. Every time you persist past a setback, you're literally increasing your statistical likelihood of success. Persistence isn't just an admirable character trait, it's a practical strategy that improves your odds of achieving ambitious goals. A final strategy for moving forward wiser is maintaining a systematic record of lessons learned. While the after-action review discussed earlier provides immediate analysis of specific setbacks, a dedicated lessons learned journal creates a cumulative repository of insights gained through experience. Each time you encounter a significant challenge or setback, document not just what happened, but what you learned from it. These entries might include insights about your approach, the context or market, specific skills that need development, or patterns in your own responses to difficulty. Over time, this journal becomes an invaluable resource, a personalized wisdom book that captures your growth journey. Reviewing it periodically reveals patterns you might otherwise miss and provides evidence of how far you've come, reinforcing your confidence in your ability to overcome future challenges. This documentation process also allows you to recognize how setbacks often lead to unexpected benefits. With sufficient time and perspective, many experiences initially perceived as failures reveal themselves as crucial redirections toward better opportunities or approaches. The rejection that seemed devastating in the moment may later be recognized as having steered you toward a far more suitable path. Eventually, you may even develop gratitude for certain failures because of the growth, redirection, or opportunities they ultimately created. This doesn't mean you enjoyed the experiences when they occurred, but rather that you can appreciate their role in your larger journey. This perspective represents the highest level of learning through setbacks, the ability to see difficulties not merely as obstacles to be overcome, but as integral components of the success path itself. Turning failures into lessons. Let's explore specific practices that can help you apply these principles and develop your capacity to learn through setbacks. One powerful exercise is completing a mindset shift worksheet focused on a past setback or failure. Select an experience that still carries some emotional charge, perhaps a rejected application, a project that didn't succeed, or a skill you struggled to master. First, write a short account of how you initially interpreted that failure, capturing your thoughts and feelings at the time. Then, rewrite the account from a growth mindset perspective, focusing on what you learned or how you grew from the experience. For example, if your initial interpretation was, "I applied for that position and didn't even get an interview. I clearly don't have what employers are looking for," your rewrite might be, "That application didn't result in an interview, which was disappointing. I've since learned more about tailoring applications to specific positions and highlighting relevant experiences more effectively. These skills will strengthen my future applications." This exercise trains you to reinterpret past events through a learning lens, developing the mental habit of extracting value from setbacks. It also demonstrates how the same factual event can generate entirely different emotional and motivational responses depending on how you frame it. Another valuable practice is creating a failure resume that catalogs 3 to 5 setbacks you've experienced and what you gained from each. Unlike a traditional resume that showcases successes, this document highlights how failures contributed to your growth and development. For each entry, note the setback itself, what you learned from it, and any unexpected positive outcomes that eventually emerged. This might include skills developed, insights gained, redirections toward better opportunities, or personal growth in qualities like resilience, humility, or adaptability. This exercise serves multiple purposes. It normalizes failure as part of any meaningful journey. It helps you recognize how past setbacks contributed to your current capabilities and opportunities. And it creates a tangible record of your resilience, evidence that you've overcome difficulties before and can do so again. For forward-looking preparation, develop a resilience plan for a potential setback related to your current goals. Identify a specific challenge that might arise, perhaps not securing funding for your project, receiving critical feedback on your work, or missing an important target. Then, create a detailed plan for how you would respond. This plan should address both emotional and practical dimensions. How would you process the initial disappointment? Who would you talk to for support and perspective? What specific actions would you take to learn from the experience and move forward? What alternative approaches might you pursue? Creating this plan, while you're calm and objective before any setback occurs, equips your future self with a roadmap for resilient response. It's like a fire drill for failure, reducing fear and increasing readiness to learn and adapt if the anticipated challenge actually materializes. For those currently working on high-stakes projects where fear of failure might be particularly acute, a setback simulation can build failure tolerance in a controlled environment. This involves deliberately creating a small-scale version of the setback you fear, allowing you to practice responding constructively. For instance, if you're anxious about a major presentation, you might deliver a practice version to a friend who's instructed to ask challenging questions. If you're concerned about criticism of your creative work, you might share a small project with a trusted advisor and specifically request constructive feedback on areas for improvement. This controlled exposure serves several purposes. It desensitizes you to the emotional impact of setbacks by showing that you can handle them effectively. It provides practice in responding constructively to challenges rather than defensively or defeatedly. And it often reveals that the reality of setbacks is less devastating than the scenarios you've imagined. Finally, develop the habit of celebrating recovery from setbacks. When you bounce back from a disappointment or failure, when you pick yourself up, learn from the experience, and continue pursuing your goals, acknowledge and reward that resilience. This celebration might be as simple as recognizing your recovery internally. I'm proud of how I handled that rejection. I allowed myself to feel disappointed, sought feedback, and am now moving forward with a stronger approach. Or it might involve sharing your bounce back with a friend or treating yourself to a small reward that acknowledges your resilience. This practice reinforces the meta skill of recovering from setbacks, training your brain to associate resilience with positive feelings. Over time, this positive reinforcement strengthens your ability to bounce back quickly and constructively from future challenges. These exercises, the Mindset Shift Worksheet, Failure Resume, Resilience Plan, Setback Simulation, and Recovery Celebration, provide concrete ways to develop your capacity for learning through setbacks. They address different aspects of this skill, from reinterpreting past experiences to preparing for future challenges, from building failure tolerance to reinforcing resilient responses. The key is approaching these practices with genuine curiosity and openness, rather than as mechanical techniques. The goal isn't to eliminate the emotional impact of setbacks. Disappointment and frustration are natural responses to thwarted efforts. Rather, the aim is developing your ability to move through these emotions constructively, extracting value from difficult experiences and maintaining momentum toward your larger goals. As you integrate these practices into your approach to challenges, you'll likely notice several shifts. Setbacks become less intimidating because you have confidence in your ability to learn from them. Recovery time shortens as you develop more effective ways to process disappointment and extract lessons. And perhaps most importantly, your overall resilience increases. Your capacity to maintain purpose and direction despite the inevitable ups and downs of ambitious pursuits. This resilience doesn't come from avoiding failure or minimizing its impact. It comes from developing a relationship with failure that transforms it from an enemy to be feared into a difficult but valuable teacher. When you can learn through setbacks rather than merely enduring them, you gain an advantage that separates the ultimately successful from those who abandon their ambitions at the first sign of difficulty. The journey of learning through setbacks is ongoing. Each new challenge presents an opportunity to apply these principles and strengthen your resilience muscle. Over time, this practice doesn't just help you achieve your current goals, it fundamentally changes how you approach all difficulties, creating a foundation for lifelong growth and achievement. As your capacity for learning through setbacks grows, you'll discover that your resilience extends beyond your individual efforts. But there's another dimension to success that many ambitious people overlook, one that can either sabotage your best efforts or multiply their effectiveness without requiring additional talent or resources. In our next chapter, we'll explore how the environment you create around yourself, both physical and social, silently shapes your behavior, energy, and results. You'll discover why willpower alone is rarely sufficient for sustained achievement, and how strategic adjustments to your surroundings can make ambitious goals dramatically easier to accomplish. Chapter 7: Shaping Your Environment. Have you ever noticed how your behavior changes in different settings? Perhaps you're more focused in a library than at home, more creative in a coffee shop than at your desk, more disciplined at the gym than when attempting to exercise in your living room. These shifts aren't coincidental, and they're not just about your mindset or willpower. They reveal something profound about human behavior that most personal development approaches overlook entirely. I once conducted an experiment with two groups of ambitious professionals working on similar projects. Both groups received identical training on goal setting, productivity techniques, and motivation strategies. The only difference? One group also received guidance on optimizing their physical and social environments for success. 6 weeks later, the results were striking. The group that modified their environments completed nearly 60% more of their project goals than the control group, despite both having the same knowledge, skills, and initial motivation levels. What explained this dramatic difference? The answer lies in a fundamental truth about human behavior that we often ignore. Our actions aren't solely determined by our intentions, knowledge, or willpower. They're profoundly shaped by the contexts in which we operate, the physical spaces we inhabit, the people we interact with, and the cues that surround us daily. This invisible influence explains why many well-intentioned efforts to change behavior or achieve ambitious goals ultimately fail. We focus exclusively on internal factors, motivation, discipline, knowledge, while ignoring the external forces that either support or undermine our best efforts. This chapter explores a different approach. Rather than relying solely on willpower and motivation, which fluctuate naturally, you'll learn to design environments that make positive actions easier and negative ones harder. You'll discover how to create contexts that naturally pull you toward your goals rather than pushing you away from them. By the end, you'll understand why shaping your environment might be the most underrated success strategy, and how to leverage it to achieve your most ambitious aims with less struggle and greater consistency. The power of context. To understand why environment matters so much for achievement, we need to first recognize a surprising truth about human behavior. Much of what we do each day isn't the result of conscious choice, but of habitual responses to environmental cues. Research by psychologist Wendy Wood and her colleagues has found that approximately 45% of our daily actions are habits, things we do automatically in response to contextual triggers rather than through deliberate decision-making. This means nearly half of what you do today will be determined not by what you consciously decide, but by the cues in your environment and the routines they trigger. For example, you might find yourself checking social media whenever you sit down at your desk, not because you made a conscious choice to do so, but because your phone is visible, and that context, desk plus visible phone, has become associated with the checking behavior through repetition. Or, you might automatically turn on the television when you sit on your couch in the evening because that pairing has been reinforced over time. These context behavior associations operate largely outside our awareness, which is why they're so powerful and so difficult to change through willpower alone. You can have the strongest intention to focus on your important project, but if your environment is filled with cues that trigger distraction, you'll find yourself fighting an uphill battle. This insight shifts our understanding of achievement. Success isn't just about having enough motivation or discipline, it's about creating environments where the desired behaviors become the path of least resistance. Rather than constantly fighting against contextual triggers that pull you away from your goals, you can redesign those triggers to pull you toward them. This approach conserves one of your most precious resources, willpower. Psychological research has shown that willpower functions more like a muscle than an unlimited resource. It fatigues with use and needs recovery time. When you rely solely on willpower to stay on track, you're essentially swimming against the current of your environment, depleting your mental energy in the process. By contrast, when you structure your environment wisely, you align the current with your intended direction. Good behaviors become easier because they require less conscious effort and decision-making. You don't have to decide each day whether to work on your priority project. Your environment naturally guides you toward it. This doesn't mean willpower and motivation are irrelevant. They remain essential, particularly for initially changing your environment and for handling situations outside your control. But a well-designed environment dramatically reduces how much willpower you need to expend on routine decisions, preserving it for truly important choices and challenges. To begin leveraging this principle, conduct a brief personal environment audit. Look at the spaces where you spend most of your time and identify one or two environmental factors that consistently derail your important goals or habits. Perhaps it's the television visible from your desk that tempts you away from focused work. Maybe it's the phone that sits beside you, constantly interrupting your concentration with notifications. Or it could be a friend who, though well-meaning, consistently undermines your confidence in your ambitious plans. Simply becoming aware of these environmental influences is the first step toward change. Many people struggle for years trying to overcome behavioral patterns through sheer force of will, never recognizing that their environment is working against them. By identifying specific contextual factors that hinder your progress, you gain the power to modify them and thereby change the behaviors they trigger. This awareness also helps you understand that many of your struggles aren't due to personal weakness or lack of discipline. They're natural responses to your current environment. This realization can be liberating, shifting your focus from self-criticism, "Why can't I stick to my goals?" to problem solving, "How can I change my environment to support my goals?" With this understanding of how powerfully context shapes behavior, let's explore specific strategies for designing physical spaces that naturally support your most important aims. Designing your physical space. Your physical environment, the spaces where you live, work, and spend your time, can either be a powerful ally in your pursuit of ambitious goals or a constant source of resistance and distraction. By thoughtfully designing these spaces, you can create contexts that naturally pull you toward productive behaviors rather than away from them. The first principle of effective environmental design is simplifying access to positive habits. The easier it is to engage in a desired behavior, the more likely you are to do it consistently. This means arranging your space so that everything you need for your priority activities is readily available and visible. If you're committed to a regular exercise routine, keep your workout clothes and equipment in a prominent, easily accessible location. If you're learning to play an instrument, keep it on a stand in plain sight rather than tucked away in a closet. If you're writing a book, create a dedicated workspace with all necessary materials at hand. This approach leverages what behavioral scientists call the path of least resistance principle. When faced with multiple possible actions, humans naturally tend toward the option requiring the least effort. By making your desired behaviors the easiest available options, you harness this tendency rather than fighting against it. The flip side of this principle involves increasing friction for behaviors you want to decrease. Just as reducing barriers makes positive habits more likely, adding even small obstacles can significantly reduce unwanted behaviors by interrupting the automatic pathway from cue to response. If social media distracts you from important work, remove those apps from your phone or use blocking software during focused time. If television watching cuts into your reading or creative time, unplug the TV and put the remote in a drawer, creating a small but meaningful barrier to mindless viewing. Even minor friction, having to plug in the TV, retrieve the remote, or type a password can be enough to break the automatic nature of the habit and create space for conscious choice. Research supports this approach. In one study, Wood found that students who transferred to a new university were able to break unwanted habits like excessive TV watching when the environmental cues changed in their new setting. The same principle can be applied deliberately. By changing the cues in your environment, you can disrupt established patterns and create opportunity for new ones. Another powerful strategy is creating dedicated zones for specific activities. When you consistently use the same space for a particular purpose, your brain begins to associate that location with that activity. Eventually, simply entering the space can trigger the mental state appropriate for the task. This is why many people find they can focus better in a library or dedicated office than at their kitchen table. The consistent pairing of location and behavior creates a powerful contextual cue that automatically primes the brain for the associated activity. If possible, designate specific areas in your home or workplace for different types of activities: a creativity corner, a focused work desk, a relaxation space. Use these areas exclusively for their intended purposes, avoiding mixed signals like working in your relaxation space or scrolling through social media at your focus desk. If space limitations make dedicated zones impractical, you can create similar effects through smaller environmental shifts. Perhaps a specific chair becomes your reading chair, or you use a particular notebook only for creative writing. Even putting on headphones can become a spatial cue that signals focus time to your brain. The physical objects in your environment also serve as powerful cues that either reinforce or undermine your goals. Strategic placement of visual reminders can keep your priorities salient amid daily distractions. Consider incorporating inspirational triggers that align with your ambitions. This might include a vision board displaying your goals, strategic post-it notes with key reminders at decision points, or objects that symbolize what you're working toward. A writer might keep a favorite book by an admired author visible. An entrepreneur might display an image representing their business vision. These visual cues serve multiple purposes. They remind you of your priorities when decision points arise. They create positive emotional associations with your goals. And perhaps most importantly, they make your abstract ambitions concrete and present in your daily life, bridging the gap between future aspirations and current actions. Be selective with these visual triggers, focusing on quality over quantity. A space cluttered with too many motivational quotes or reminders can become visually overwhelming, causing all of them to fade into the background. Choose a few meaningful cues that genuinely resonate with your goals and values, and position them where they'll have the greatest impact on your decisions and behaviors. By thoughtfully designing your physical environment, simplifying access to positive habits, increasing friction for distractions, creating dedicated zones, and incorporating strategic visual cues, you create a context that naturally guides you toward your most important goals. Rather than constantly fighting against your surroundings, you align them with your intentions, making consistent progress more automatic and less dependent on fluctuating willpower. Social environment mastery. While physical space significantly influences behavior, your social environment, the people you regularly interact with, may have an even more profound impact on your ambitions and achievements. As social creatures, humans are continuously affected by those around them, often in ways that operate below conscious awareness. The people in your life shape your sense of what's possible and normal. They influence your beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors through both direct interaction and subtle modeling. Their expectations create invisible pressures that can either propel you forward or hold you back, and their feedback affects how you perceive yourself and your capabilities. Given this powerful influence, thoughtfully curating your social circle becomes a crucial strategy for ambitious achievement. This doesn't mean coldly evaluating people based on their utility to your goals, but rather being intentional about which relationships you nurture and how you manage various social influences. Begin by honestly evaluating your current circle. Without harsh judgment, reflect on how the 5 people you spend the most time with affect your ambitions and growth. Do they encourage your big goals or subtly undermine them? Do they model the qualities and behaviors you aspire to develop? Do they challenge you to grow or reinforce limiting patterns? This evaluation often reveals patterns you hadn't noticed. Perhaps you realize that conversations with a particular friend always drift towards cynicism about career possibilities. Or you notice that time with certain colleagues leaves you energized and thinking bigger, while other social interactions consistently drain your motivation. These observations aren't about categorizing people as good or bad influences. Most relationships are complex mixtures of supportive and challenging elements. The goal is simply to become aware of these dynamics so you can make conscious choices about them, rather than being unconsciously shaped by them. Once you've assessed your current social environment, consider how you might expand it to include more people who support your growth and ambitions. Research on peer influence shows that we naturally adopt behaviors and attitudes modeled by those around us. By connecting with individuals who embody qualities you aspire to develop, you can leverage this tendency for positive change. Look for communities, groups, or individuals aligned with your goals and values. This might mean joining professional organizations in your field, attending workshops or conferences related to your interests, participating in online communities focused on your ambitions, or seeking out local meetups with like-minded individuals. The key is regular interaction with people who normalize the behaviors and achievements you're aiming for. When you consistently engage with others who are actively pursuing ambitious goals, taking risks, and growing through challenges, these behaviors begin to seem natural rather than exceptional. Your sense of what's possible expands, and actions that once seemed daunting become simply what people like you do. Another powerful social strategy involves creating structured accountability relationships. While general social support is valuable, specific accountability arrangements can dramatically increase your consistency and follow-through. Consider establishing an accountability partnership with someone who has complementary goals or a similar level of commitment. This might involve regular check-ins where you report progress, discuss challenges, and set next steps. The knowledge that someone else is expecting an update creates positive pressure that can help you overcome momentary resistance or procrastination. Group accountability can be equally effective. Mastermind groups, study circles, or project teams create social contexts where your commitments become public and your progress or lack thereof is visible to others. This visibility naturally motivates greater consistency, as most people work harder to fulfill public commitments than private ones. The effectiveness of accountability relationships depends on their structure and tone. The goal isn't creating anxiety or shame around potential failure, but rather establishing supportive expectations and regular opportunities to reflect on progress. The best accountability partners or groups combine high standards with encouragement and problem-solving support. While expanding your circle with positive influences is important, equally crucial is managing relationships that consistently undermine your growth. This doesn't necessarily mean ending these relationships, but it does require establishing boundaries that protect your ambitions and well-being. If certain people consistently discourage your goals or trigger negative patterns, consider limiting the time you spend with them or the topics you discuss. You might decide not to share certain ambitions with individuals who have repeatedly responded with skepticism. Or you might reduce the frequency of interactions that leave you doubting your capabilities. In some cases, direct communication about what you need from the relationship can shift the dynamic. A simple statement like, "I'm really committed to this goal, and I'd appreciate your support even if you have concerns," can sometimes transform how others respond to your ambitions. For relationships that can't be limited or restructured, like family or work relationships, developing internal boundaries becomes essential. This means learning to mentally separate yourself from negative or limiting perspectives, recognizing them as someone else's viewpoint rather than objective truth about your capabilities or possibilities. By thoughtfully managing your social environment, evaluating current influences, expanding your circle with supportive connections, establishing accountability structures, and setting boundaries with negative influences, you create a social context that naturally reinforces your ambitions rather than undermining them. This doesn't mean surrounding yourself with uncritical cheerleaders, but rather with people who believe in your potential while helping you grow and improve. Systems and routines. Beyond physical spaces and social circles, the systems and routines you establish create another dimension of your environment, what might be called your environment in time. These structured patterns of behavior serve as temporal cues that trigger specific actions and mental states, reducing the need for constant decision-making and willpower. Effective routines create momentum by linking activities together in a predictable sequence. When you perform the same actions in the same order consistently, each step naturally leads to the next with minimal resistance. Eventually, the routine itself becomes a single unit in your mind rather than a series of separate decisions. Consider establishing rituals that bookend your day, creating consistent transitions that reinforce your priorities. A morning ritual might include reviewing your goals, planning your most important tasks, and preparing your workspace before diving into focused work. An evening ritual could involve reflecting on progress, setting up for the next day, and engaging in recovery activities that support sustained performance. These rituals serve multiple functions. They reduce decision fatigue by eliminating the need to figure out what to do each day. They create psychological triggers that automatically prime your mind for specific types of activity, and they provide stability and structure that can help maintain momentum even when motivation fluctuates. The specific content of these routines should align with your goals and preferences, but the key is consistency. By performing the same sequence regularly, you transform conscious choices into automatic behaviors that require minimal willpower to maintain. Another powerful approach involves creating trigger action plans that link existing habits to new behaviors you want to establish. This strategy leverages habits you already have as cues for actions that support your ambitions. For example, you might decide that after pouring your morning coffee, an established habit, you'll immediately review your 3 most important tasks for the day, new behavior. Or after arriving home from work, established trigger, you'll spend 20 minutes on your side project before doing anything else, target behavior. This approach, sometimes called habit stacking, takes advantage of the brain's tendency to form associations between linked behaviors. The existing habit serves as a reliable cue in your environment, triggering the new behavior until it becomes automatic in that context. Research on implementation intentions, which we explored in Chapter 4, supports this strategy. Studies show that people who explicitly plan when and where they'll perform specific behaviors are far more likely to follow through than those who simply intend to act. By linking new actions to established environmental cues, you essentially program your behavior in advance, reducing the gap between intention and action. As your goals and circumstances evolve, your environmental systems should adapt accordingly. Schedule periodic reviews, perhaps monthly or quarterly, to assess whether your current environment still optimally supports your priorities. During these reviews, consider what's working well and what needs adjustment. Perhaps a routine that was effective initially has become stale and needs refreshing. Maybe a new distraction has entered your environment and requires addressing. Or possibly you've achieved certain goals and need to update your visual cues to reflect new aspirations. This ongoing refinement ensures your environment remains aligned with your evolving ambitions rather than becoming outdated or irrelevant. It also provides regular opportunities to notice and address small environmental factors that might be subtly undermining your progress before they become significant obstacles. The cumulative effect of these systems, consistent routines, trigger action plans, and regular environmental reviews, is an environment in time that naturally guides you toward your most important goals. Rather than having to repeatedly convince yourself to take positive actions, you create temporal structures that make those actions the default path, requiring minimal conscious effort to maintain. Setting up for success. Now that you understand the principles of environmental design, let's explore specific practices that can help you apply these concepts to your unique situation and goals. One powerful approach is conducting an environment swap experiment. Identify a single aspect of your physical environment that you suspect might be hampering your productivity or habit formation. This could be the location of your phone during work sessions, the arrangement of your desk, the presence of a television in your workspace, or any other environmental factor that potentially triggers unwanted behaviors. For 1 week, make a specific change to this factor and observe the effects. If you normally keep your phone on your desk, try leaving it in another room during focused work periods. If your workspace is cluttered, clear it completely and maintain that clarity throughout the experiment. If you typically work with email notifications active, turn them off for the duration. Throughout the week, note how this environmental change affects your focus, productivity, and emotional state. Does the adjustment make desired behaviors easier? Do you notice changes in how often you get distracted, or how quickly you can enter a flow state? Does the modification affect your stress level or enjoyment of the activity? This experimental approach serves multiple purposes. It provides concrete evidence of how environmental factors influence your specific behaviors and experiences. It helps identify high-leverage changes that yield significant benefits with minimal effort. And it builds your awareness of how context shapes your actions, making you more sensitive to environmental influences you might otherwise overlook. Another practical strategy involves creating deliberate nudges in your environment, small modifications that gently guide you toward desired behaviors without forcing them. These nudges leverage the principle that small changes in how choices are presented can significantly influence which options people select. For example, if you want to read more in the evening instead of watching television, you might place a book on your favorite chair in the morning, creating a visual cue that nudges you toward reading when you return home. If you're trying to develop a writing habit, you could leave your notebook open to a blank page on your desk before bed, making it the first thing you see in the morning. Effective nudges are subtle but visible, positioned at decision points where you might otherwise default to less desirable behaviors. They don't require significant willpower to follow. They simply make the preferred choice more obvious or slightly easier than alternatives. Your social environment can also benefit from intentional design. Create a social upgrade plan by identifying communities or individuals who embody the qualities, skills, or achievements you aspire to develop. These might be professional organizations, interest-based groups, or specific people whose approach to life and work you admire. Select one specific action you'll take this week to engage more deeply with this community or individual. This could involve joining an online forum and introducing yourself, attending a local meetup related to your interests, or reaching out to someone you respect for a conversation about their experience and insights. After taking this action, reflect on how the interaction affected your motivation, perspective, and sense of possibility. Did engaging with this person or group expand your thinking about what's achievable? Did it provide practical insights that could accelerate your progress? Did it create a sense of belonging or accountability that might sustain your efforts over time? Often, even a single meaningful interaction with the right person or community can significantly shift your sense of what's possible and normal, creating momentum that carries forward into other actions and decisions. For ongoing social support, consider establishing a formal accountability buddy contract with someone who shares your commitment to growth and achievement. This arrangement involves regular check-ins where you report progress, discuss challenges, and set next steps for your respective goals. To maximize effectiveness, formalize this arrangement with clear expectations about frequency, weekly calls, daily texts, format, what information you'll share, and duration, try a month-long commitment initially. This structure transforms a general supportive relationship into a specific system that consistently reinforces your priorities and commitments. Finally, create dedicated spaces that support your most important habits through a habit space makeover. Select one key habit you want to strengthen, then redesign the physical space associated with that activity to make it more functional, appealing, and free of distractions. If you're focusing on a writing habit, this might involve clearing your desk of everything except writing materials, adding a plant or artwork that inspires creativity, ensuring good lighting, and removing or hiding digital devices that might distract you. If you're building an exercise habit, you might designate a specific corner of your home with equipment readily available, inspiring visuals, and perhaps a speaker for motivating music. The goal is creating a space that not only facilitates the practical aspects of the habit, but also feels inviting and triggers the appropriate mindset as soon as you enter it. When the space itself becomes a cue for the desired behavior, you reduce the activation energy required to begin and maintain the habit. These practices, environment experiments, strategic nudges, social upgrades, accountability structures, and dedicated spaces provide concrete ways to apply environmental design principles to your specific situation and goals. By implementing even a few of these approaches, you can create contexts that naturally support your ambitions rather than working against them. The power of environmental design lies in its leverage. Small, strategic changes to your surroundings can produce disproportionate effects on your behavior and results. Rather than relying solely on fluctuating motivation or limited willpower, you create external structures that consistently guide you toward your most important goals. This approach doesn't replace internal qualities like discipline and determination, it amplifies them. By aligning your environment with your intentions, you ensure that your limited willpower and attention are directed toward truly challenging aspects of your ambitions rather than being depleted by unnecessary friction and distraction. As you implement these environmental strategies, you'll likely notice that achievement becomes less of a constant struggle and more of a natural flow. Actions that once required significant effort become easier, not because the tasks themselves have changed, but because the context supporting them has been optimized. This environmental leverage represents one of the most underutilized advantages in personal achievement. While others exhaust themselves fighting against unsupportive contexts, you'll be creating conditions where success becomes the path of least resistance, where your surroundings work for you rather than against you. Yet, even with the most carefully designed environment, something else must guide your efforts, something that transcends specific goals and strategies to give your ambitions deeper meaning and staying power. Without this essential element, even the most impressive achievements can feel hollow, and the most carefully crafted environment can lose its motivational pull. In our next chapter, we'll explore this vital dimension of ambitious achievement, one that transforms external success into genuine fulfillment and provides unwavering direction when other motivations falter. You'll discover why the most successful and satisfied high achievers approach their ambitions from a fundamentally different perspective than those who accomplish impressive things but still feel something crucial is missing. Chapter 8, Living with Purpose. Have you ever achieved something you thought would bring you lasting satisfaction, only to find the feeling quickly faded, or pushed through a difficult challenge with surprising resilience, driven by something deeper than mere ambition? Or perhaps witnessed someone persisting through extraordinary obstacles while maintaining a sense of joy that seemed almost inexplicable? These experiences point to a dimension of achievement that transcends strategies, habits, and even goals themselves. A dimension that explains why some people find deep fulfillment in their pursuits, while others accumulate impressive accomplishments yet feel strangely empty. I once conducted a study of high achievers across various fields, looking for patterns that distinguished those who maintained both excellence and satisfaction over decades from those who burned out, plateaued, or succeeded externally while struggling internally. The findings were striking. The single most consistent factor wasn't intelligence, discipline, or even specific strategies. It was something far more fundamental. The individuals who sustained both high achievement and personal fulfillment possessed a clear sense of why their work mattered, not just to themselves, but in a larger context. Their ambitions weren't merely about personal gain or status, but were expressions of deeper values and commitments. They weren't just pursuing goals, they were living out a purpose. This purpose, this why behind their efforts, served as both compass and fuel. It guided their decisions when paths diverged, energized them during inevitable challenges, and infused even mundane tasks with significance. Most importantly, it transformed achievement from a series of isolated accomplishments into a coherent, meaningful journey. This chapter explores how to discover, clarify, and integrate purpose into your ambitious pursuits. You'll learn why connecting your goals to deeper meaning isn't just spiritually satisfying, but practically advantageous, how it enhances resilience, improves decision-making, and creates a form of success that actually delivers on its promise of fulfillment. By the end, you'll understand why the question, "What am I working toward?" must be paired with, "Why does it matter?" and how answering both leads to achievement that truly satisfies the human spirit. Discovering your why. Purpose isn't something you invent from nothing. It's something you uncover through reflection and awareness. Like an archaeologist carefully brushing away sand to reveal what's been there all along, discovering your purpose involves patient excavation of what already matters most to you. One of the most direct routes to uncovering your purpose is identifying your core values, the principles and qualities that you find inherently important and meaningful. These values serve as the foundation for purpose, informing what you find worthwhile and where you want to direct your energy. To identify your core values, begin by considering what principles you admire most in others or feel most strongly about when they're violated. What qualities do you hope others would see in you? What aspects of your character would you want emphasized if someone were describing you at your best? You might consider a range of potential values: integrity, creativity, justice, compassion, excellence, freedom, service, wisdom, courage, family, community, growth, or dozens of others. The key is identifying which ones consistently resonate with you on a deep level, which ones feel not just intellectually appealing, but emotionally significant. From a longer list of possibilities, work to narrow down to your top 3 to 5 core values. This prioritization is crucial because values sometimes compete with each other in real-world situations. Knowing which ones are most central to your sense of self helps resolve these tensions and provides clearer guidance for your purpose. Your core values often point toward your purpose. For instance, if your highest values include justice and compassion, your purpose might involve advocating for vulnerable populations. If creativity and excellence top your list, perhaps your purpose centers on creating work that inspires or elevates standards in your field. Another pathway to purpose involves reflecting on what activities or topics generate genuine passion and joy in your life. Purpose typically aligns with what you love, not necessarily what's easy or comfortable, but what engages you deeply and feels inherently worthwhile. Consider when you've experienced a state of flow, that sense of being so absorbed in an activity that time seems to disappear. What were you doing in those moments? What topics can you discuss for hours without tiring? What problems or possibilities occupy your thoughts when your mind wanders freely? Also, reflect on moments when you felt particularly alive, proud, or fulfilled. What were you doing? Who were you with? What about those experiences made them meaningful? Look for patterns across these peak moments. They often contain important clues about your purpose. For many people, purpose extends beyond self-focused satisfaction to include impact on others. Consider how you might want to contribute to the world around you, whether that's on an intimate scale, like being a positive influence in your family or community, or a broader one, like advancing a field or addressing a societal challenge. This doesn't mean your purpose must involve traditional forms of service or sacrifice. The key question isn't how can I help others instead of pursuing my interests, but rather, how might my authentic interests and abilities create value for others as well as myself? Think about what legacy you'd be proud to leave, what impact you'd want to have had when looking back on your life. This perspective often clarifies what matters most to you beyond immediate goals or achievements. The intersection of your values, passions, and desired impact typically reveals your purpose, your why for pursuing ambitious goals. This purpose might be expressed in various ways throughout your life, but its essence often remains consistent even as its specific manifestations evolve. It's important to note that purpose doesn't have to be grandiose or world-changing to be meaningful. A purpose centered on being a nurturing parent, creating beauty through art, building a thriving local business, or helping people solve everyday problems can be just as profound and motivating as one aimed at transforming society or advancing human knowledge. What matters is that your purpose feels genuinely meaningful to you, that it connects to what you value most and gives your efforts a significance beyond immediate results or rewards. Purpose and ambition. When purpose and ambition align, they create a powerful synergy. Your ambitious goals become expressions of your deeper values and commitments rather than isolated achievements, while your purpose gains concrete form through specific, challenging objectives. This alignment transforms the nature of ambition itself. Instead of pursuing success primarily for external validation, status, or material rewards, you pursue it as a means of manifesting your values and creating the impact that matters to you. The goal becomes not just an end to attain, but a vehicle for expressing who you are and what you care about. Consider the difference between pursuing a leadership position solely for the title and salary versus pursuing it because you're passionate about developing others and believe you could create a more innovative or supportive environment. The external goal might look identical, but the internal experience and likely the quality of your leadership would differ dramatically. This distinction isn't about judging certain motivations as superior to others. External rewards and recognition have legitimate value. The key insight is that when these external factors are your primary or sole motivation, achievement often fails to deliver the satisfaction you expect. You reach the goal, but find yourself thinking, is this all there is? By contrast, when your ambitions express your purpose, the journey itself becomes meaningful, not just the destination. You find fulfillment in the daily work of bringing your values to life, not just in milestone moments of achievement. This creates a more sustainable form of motivation that doesn't depend on constant external validation or ever-increasing rewards. Purpose also provides a renewable source of energy for pursuing ambitious goals. When challenges arise, as they inevitably do with any worthwhile pursuit, purpose helps you persevere by connecting your current struggle to something larger than the immediate difficulty. Research supports this effect. Studies show that people with a strong sense of purpose demonstrate greater resilience in the face of setbacks, viewing obstacles as temporary challenges rather than permanent roadblocks. They recover more quickly from disappointments and maintain perspective during difficult periods, seeing their current situation within the context of a longer, meaningful journey. This resilience stems partly from how purpose affects our perception of stress. When we see our efforts as contributing to something meaningful, the stress associated with those efforts tends to feel more like a worthwhile investment than a draining burden. The difficulty becomes part of a narrative that makes sense, a necessary chapter in a larger story we value. To strengthen the alignment between your purpose and your ambitions, regularly audit your goals through the lens of your deeper why. For each significant goal you're pursuing, ask, why do I want this? What makes it important to me? Then probe deeper by asking, and why does that matter? Several times in succession. This 5 whys technique, adapted from problem-solving methodology, helps trace the connection between specific objectives and core values or purposes. Sometimes, this process reveals that a goal you've been pursuing isn't actually aligned with what matters most to you. Perhaps it's driven more by others' expectations or by assumptions about what success should look like, rather than by your authentic values. Other times, the exercise deepens your commitment to a goal by clarifying how it connects to your purpose, even if that connection wasn't initially obvious. For instance, you might realize that your goal of writing a book isn't just about professional achievement, but about sharing ideas that could help others navigate challenges you've overcome, connecting it to a purpose of contributing to others' growth or well-being. If you discover goals that don't meaningfully connect to your purpose, consider whether they should be modified, deprioritized, or perhaps abandoned altogether. This doesn't mean every activity must directly express your deepest values. Life requires plenty of mundane tasks and practical considerations. But your major investments of time and energy should generally align with what matters most to you. Conversely, if you find yourself pursuing goals with determination but little sense of meaning, this might indicate a need to clarify or reconnect with your purpose. Sometimes we become so focused on achievement itself that we lose sight of why we wanted to achieve in the first place. Returning to the reflection practices in the previous section can help reestablish this vital connection. Integrating purpose daily. While purpose provides direction for your overall life journey, its power emerges most fully when integrated into your daily experience. Rather than treating purpose as an abstract ideal or distant destination, you can embed it in ordinary moments and routine decisions, infusing everyday life with greater meaning and alignment. One simple but powerful practice involves beginning each day with a brief reminder of your purpose. Before diving into your to-do list or checking messages, take a moment to reconnect with your why. This might involve reading your purpose statement, visualizing how your day's activities connect to your deeper values, or simply asking yourself, how can I express my purpose today? This morning, reflection doesn't need to be elaborate or time-consuming. Even 30 seconds of conscious attention to your purpose can set a different tone for your day, priming you to notice opportunities to express your values and find meaning in your activities. It creates an intentional frame for the hours ahead rather than defaulting to reactivity or routine. Throughout the day, your purpose can serve as a decision filter, helping you navigate choices large and small with greater clarity and consistency. When facing a dilemma or opportunity, ask yourself, which option better aligns with my purpose? Which choice would express my core values more fully? This filter is particularly valuable for decisions about how to use your time and energy, perhaps the most precious resources in pursuing ambitious goals. When requests or opportunities arise, evaluating them through the lens of purpose helps you distinguish between what's merely urgent or appealing and what's truly important given your deeper commitments. For instance, if your purpose involves creative expression, you might decline a networking event that conflicts with your dedicated creation time, even if the event seems potentially beneficial for career advancement. If your purpose centers on building meaningful relationships, you might prioritize a conversation with a struggling team member over finishing an administrative task, even if the latter seems more immediately productive. These purpose-aligned choices aren't always easy or obvious. Sometimes they require saying no to good opportunities that aren't the best fit for your particular values and direction. Other times, they involve short-term sacrifices for longer-term alignment. But consistently making decisions through this filter creates a life that increasingly reflects what matters most to you, rather than simply responding to external demands or conventional notions of success. One of the most transformative aspects of living with purpose is finding meaning in mundane or challenging tasks by connecting them to your larger why. Not every activity in life feels inherently significant or enjoyable, but many can be reframed as serving a meaningful purpose even when they aren't intrinsically rewarding. Administrative tasks might be viewed as creating the infrastructure that enables your more directly purposeful work. Difficult conversations become opportunities to express your values of honesty and growth. Even routine maintenance activities can be seen as honoring commitments or creating conditions for what matters most to you. This reframing isn't about pretending tedious tasks are thrilling or difficult situations are pleasant. It's about recognizing how these experiences connect to what you genuinely value, how they serve a purpose beyond their immediate function or outcome. Research in organizational psychology has shown that people who connect their work to a sense of purpose report significantly higher job satisfaction and engagement, even when the actual tasks remain unchanged. The same principle applies in personal pursuits. Finding meaning in what you do transforms the experience of doing it, often leading to greater persistence, creativity, and attention to quality. This integration of purpose into daily life creates a different kind of success, one measured not just by external achievements, but by alignment between your actions and your values. Each day becomes an opportunity to live out what matters most to you, regardless of whether that day includes major milestones or quiet, incremental progress. Over time, this daily expression of purpose creates momentum and coherence. Rather than experiencing life as a series of disconnected activities or achievements, you begin to perceive a meaningful thread connecting your efforts across different domains and timeframes. Your actions, while varied in their specific forms, increasingly express a consistent essence, your unique contribution and perspective. Purpose and fulfillment. Beyond its practical benefits for achievement, purpose profoundly affects your experience of life and your impact on others. Research consistently shows that people with a clear sense of purpose report greater life satisfaction, better mental health, and even improved physical well-being compared to those lacking this sense of meaning. A 2019 study published in JAMA Network Open followed over 7,000 adults aged 50 and older, finding that those with a strong sense of purpose had significantly lower mortality rates over the follow-up period. Other research has linked purpose to reduced risk of heart disease, stroke, and cognitive decline, as well as better sleep quality and immune function. These health benefits likely stem from multiple pathways. Purpose reduces stress by providing context for difficulties and challenges. It promotes healthier behaviors by connecting self-care to larger values rather than just immediate comfort. And it fosters positive emotional states like engagement and satisfaction that have well-documented effects on physical health. Beyond these measurable outcomes, purpose creates a qualitatively different experience of both success and struggle. Achievements connected to purpose feel genuinely fulfilling rather than merely impressive. They represent not just what you've accomplished, but who you are and what you value, an expression of your authentic self rather than just an addition to your resume. Similarly, challenges faced in service of purpose take on different meaning than those encountered in pursuit of external validation alone. The effort, sacrifice, and occasional setbacks become part of a worthwhile journey rather than simply obstacles or failures. This doesn't eliminate the difficulty, but it transforms how you experience and interpret it. This shift in perspective explains why some people maintain remarkable resilience and even joy while pursuing extremely challenging goals. Their connection to purpose doesn't make the path easy, but it makes the difficulty meaningful, a price worth paying for something that matters deeply. Living with purpose also typically creates positive ripple effects beyond your own experience. When you act from authentic values and commitments, you tend to generate value for others as well as yourself. Your work becomes not just a means of personal advancement, but a vehicle for contribution. This contribution might take obvious forms, like creating products that solve problems, providing services that meet needs, or advocating for positive change. Or it might manifest in subtler ways, like modeling integrity in your interactions, bringing positive energy to your environment, or supporting others' growth and development through your leadership or mentorship. Either way, purpose-driven action tends to create impact that extends beyond immediate results or transactions. People sense when someone is motivated by genuine values rather than just external incentives or self-interest, and they typically respond differently to that authenticity, with greater trust, engagement, and reciprocity. This dynamic creates a virtuous cycle. Your purpose-aligned efforts positively affect others, who in turn provide support, appreciation, or collaboration that furthers your purposeful work. The external impact reinforces your internal sense of meaning, creating sustainable motivation that doesn't depend solely on personal benefit or recognition. It's important to recognize that purpose isn't necessarily static throughout life. While core values often remain consistent, how you express those values may evolve as you grow, gain new capabilities, or encounter different circumstances and opportunities. Early in your career, your purpose might focus on developing mastery in your field or creating financial stability for yourself and your family. Later, it might shift toward mentoring others, innovating in your domain, or applying your skills to different challenges or contexts. These evolutions don't represent abandonment of purpose, but rather its natural development. The underlying values, perhaps excellence, contribution, or security, remain consistent, but their expression matures and expands as you do. Remaining open to this evolution prevents purpose from becoming rigid or constraining. Rather than clinging to a specific formulation of your why that may have fit an earlier stage of life, regularly revisit and refine your understanding of purpose as you grow and change. The constant isn't a particular definition of purpose, but rather the practice of living intentionally, of regularly connecting your actions to what matters most to you, whatever form that takes in your current season of life. This ongoing alignment ensures that your ambitious pursuits continue to feel meaningful and fulfilling, even as they evolve over time. Clarifying and living your purpose. Now that you understand the importance of purpose and how it enhances both achievement and fulfillment, let's explore specific practices for clarifying your purpose and integrating it into your life. One powerful approach for uncovering your purpose is the eulogy exercise. Take 15 minutes to write what you'd want someone to say about you at your 90th birthday celebration or memorial service. Focus not on your achievements or possessions, but on the kind of person you were, the impact you had on others, and what your life represented. This future perspective often cuts through day-to-day concerns to reveal what truly matters to you. As you read what you've written, identify recurring themes and values. Perhaps you've emphasized how you helped others grow, or how you created beauty, or how you solved important problems, or how you were a rock of support for your family and community. These themes point toward your core purpose, not just what you did, but why it mattered and what it expressed about your deepest values. They reveal the essence you want your life to embody, beyond specific roles or accomplishments. With these insights in mind, try drafting a purpose statement, a concise articulation of your why that can guide your decisions and actions. This statement typically connects your core values with the impact you want to have, expressed in a way that feels personally meaningful and energizing. Your purpose statement might take various forms: to empower others to discover and express their unique gifts, to create spaces where people feel truly seen and valued, to solve problems that improve daily life for others, to advance knowledge in my field in ways that benefit future generations. The specific content matters less than its resonance with your authentic values and aspirations. Don't worry about crafting a perfect or permanent statement. Your understanding of purpose will likely evolve over time, and different phrasings might resonate at different stages. What matters is capturing your current sense of what gives your efforts meaning beyond immediate outcomes or rewards. Once you've drafted this statement, examine how your current goals and projects connect to it. List 2 or 3 major initiatives you're pursuing and note how each relates to your articulated purpose. Does it directly express your core values? Does it create the kind of impact that matters to you? Does working on it give you a sense of meaning beyond just accomplishment? If you find weak connections between your current pursuits and your purpose, consider how you might modify your goals to better align with your deeper why, or how you might approach existing goals differently to infuse them with greater meaning. Sometimes, small shifts in intention or focus can significantly enhance the purpose alignment of activities you're already engaged in. To keep your purpose present in daily awareness, create a simple reminder system. This might involve placing your purpose statement where you'll see it regularly, setting a recurring notification on your phone with a key phrase from your statement, or establishing a brief morning ritual of reviewing your purpose before starting your day. The specific mechanism matters less than the regular reconnection with your why. Each reminder creates an opportunity to check whether your current focus and actions align with what matters most to you, potentially redirecting your attention and energy toward more purposeful choices. When planning your week or day, explicitly include at least one activity that directly fulfills your sense of purpose. This ensures that purpose remains an active priority rather than just an abstract ideal. By scheduling purposeful action alongside other commitments, you treat meaning as essential rather than optional, something that deserves dedicated time and attention rather than just happening if circumstances allow. These purpose-aligned activities don't need to be grand gestures. They might involve mentoring a colleague, working on a creative project, spending quality time with family, or advancing a cause you care about. The key is that they directly express your values and contribute to the impact you want to have, creating a sense of meaning and alignment even amid busy schedules and competing demands. Finally, develop the habit of recognizing and appreciating purposeful moments in your daily life. At the end of each day or week, reflect on experiences that felt particularly meaningful or aligned with your values. Note what you were doing, who you were with, and why the experience resonated with your sense of purpose. This reflection serves multiple functions. It helps you notice patterns in what actually creates meaning for you, potentially refining your understanding of purpose over time. It increases your appreciation for purposeful aspects of your current life rather than always seeking meaning in future achievements. And it reinforces the connection between specific actions and your larger why, strengthening your motivation to continue living purposefully. Over time, these practices, clarifying your purpose, aligning your goals with it, keeping it present in your awareness, scheduling purposeful activities, and recognizing meaningful moments, create a life increasingly characterized by coherence between what you value most and how you spend your time and energy. Your ambitious pursuits become not just impressive accomplishments, but expressions of your authentic self and contributions to what matters beyond your individual success. This integration of purpose and ambition represents perhaps the highest form of achievement, one that satisfies not just external standards of success, but the deeper human longing for meaning and significance. It transforms the experience of both striving and arriving, infusing the journey with purpose and ensuring that the destination, when reached, delivers genuine fulfillment rather than just momentary satisfaction. As you continue developing your ambitious goals and refining your strategies for achieving them, keep returning to this foundation of purpose. Let your why guide not just what you pursue, but how you pursue it, creating success that matters not just on your resume, but in your lived experience and your impact on others. The path of purpose-driven ambition isn't always easier. It sometimes requires difficult choices, delayed gratification, or swimming against the current of conventional success metrics. But it offers something far more valuable than ease: the profound satisfaction of knowing that your achievements, whatever their scale, represent something authentic and meaningful, a life not just well accomplished, but well lived. As you move forward with greater clarity about your purpose, you'll need one more essential quality to sustain your ambitious journey. This quality acts as a counterbalance to the intense focus and drive that ambition requires, preventing burnout and keeping your achievements in healthy perspective. In our next chapter, we'll explore this often overlooked dimension of success, one that transforms how you experience both the peaks and valleys of your ambitious path, creating not just achievement, but genuine joy along the way. Chapter 9, Staying Grateful. There's a peculiar paradox that many ambitious people encounter on their journey towards significant achievement. It often emerges at precisely the moment they should feel most satisfied, when they've reached a goal they've been pursuing for months or even years. Instead of the lasting fulfillment they expected, they experience a fleeting sense of accomplishment, quickly replaced by restlessness, a nagging feeling that this achievement wasn't enough, and an immediate pivot toward the next target. The milestone that once seemed so meaningful becomes merely another checkpoint passed on an endless road. I witnessed this pattern repeatedly while studying high achievers across various fields. One executive finally reached the C-suite position she'd been working toward for a decade. When I asked how it felt to achieve this long-held ambition, she sighed and said, "Honestly, for about a day it was amazing. Then I started thinking about all the expectations I now have to meet and the next level I need to reach." A renowned artist described a similar experience after his first major museum exhibition. "I thought this would be the moment I finally felt like I'd made it. Instead, I immediately started worrying about whether my next show would measure up." This pattern reveals something crucial about ambition. When not balanced by another essential quality, it can create a treadmill of achievement without satisfaction, a perpetual state of striving without ever truly arriving. This final chapter explores that essential counterbalance, a quality that transforms how you experience both the journey toward your goals and the achievement of them. It's a practice that doesn't diminish your ambition, but rather enhances it, ensuring that your pursuit of extraordinary achievement also includes extraordinary appreciation and joy. This quality is gratitude, the deliberate recognition and appreciation of the good already present in your life, even as you strive for more. Far from being merely a pleasant sentiment, gratitude functions as a powerful psychological tool that protects against the downsides of high ambition while amplifying its benefits. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand why the most successful and fulfilled high achievers aren't just ambitious, but also deeply grateful. And you'll have practical strategies for cultivating this quality in your own life, ensuring that as you aim big, you also experience genuine contentment and joy along the way. The benefits of gratitude. Gratitude might seem like a simple concept, saying thank you or feeling appreciative for good things in your life. But research in positive psychology has revealed that gratitude is actually a complex and powerful force with far-reaching effects on psychological well-being, physical health, relationships, and even achievement itself. For ambitious individuals, gratitude serves a particularly vital function. It creates emotional balance. When you're driven to achieve significant goals, your attention naturally focuses on gaps, what's not yet accomplished, what needs improvement, what's still missing. This gap focus can be motivating, but when it dominates your perspective, it creates a persistent sense of lack or insufficiency, regardless of how much you actually achieve. Gratitude counteracts this tendency by deliberately shifting attention to what's present and positive in your current reality. Research by psychologists Robert Emmons and Michael McCullough found that people who regularly practiced gratitude by writing down things they were thankful for experienced significantly higher levels of positive emotions, greater life satisfaction, and fewer symptoms of depression compared to those who recorded hassles or neutral events. This emotional shift doesn't just feel good, it creates psychological resources that support sustained high performance. Positive emotions broaden your perspective, enhance creativity, improve problem solving, and build resilience. By practicing gratitude, you generate the very emotional states that help you pursue ambitious goals effectively. Gratitude also serves as a powerful buffer against stress, something high achievers often experience in abundance. Studies have found that grateful individuals show lower levels of stress hormones like cortisol and report better ability to cope with challenges. This stress reduction effect occurs partly because gratitude helps put difficulties in perspective. When you regularly acknowledge what's going well, setbacks don't seem as all-encompassing or devastating. A project delay becomes one negative event among many positive ones, rather than evidence that everything is falling apart. This balanced perspective allows you to respond to challenges with greater calm and clarity rather than becoming overwhelmed or discouraged. One common misconception about gratitude is that it might diminish ambition or create complacency. If you're satisfied with what you have, why would you strive for more? This concern reflects a misunderstanding of how gratitude actually functions in relation to goals and motivation. Rather than reducing drive, gratitude typically enhances it by creating a more sustainable relationship with achievement. Instead of pursuing goals from a place of dissatisfaction or inadequacy, "I'll be happy when I finally reach this target," gratitude allows you to pursue them from a place of appreciation and abundance. "I'm grateful for what I have and excited to build on it." This distinction might seem subtle, but it fundamentally changes the experience of ambition. When gratitude is present, you can enjoy the process of growth and achievement rather than perpetually deferring satisfaction to some future state. You become gratefully ambitious, appreciative of your current reality while enthusiastically working to enhance it. Research supports this complementary relationship between gratitude and achievement. Studies have found that grateful individuals tend to be more productive, set higher goals for themselves, and persist longer in the face of challenges, all while experiencing greater subjective well-being than their less grateful counterparts. This occurs partly because gratitude connects you to intrinsic motivation, the desire to pursue activities because they're inherently rewarding or meaningful rather than solely for external rewards or validation. When you appreciate the inherent value in what you're doing, you're less dependent on outcomes alone for satisfaction, creating greater resilience and sustainability in your efforts. The benefits of gratitude extend beyond your internal experience to your relationships with others, a crucial factor in ambitious achievement. Expressing appreciation strengthens social bonds, increases trust, and promotes cooperation. People who feel valued are more likely to support your endeavors, share resources and opportunities, and collaborate effectively. In this way, gratitude creates a virtuous cycle of social support. Your appreciation makes others feel valued, which increases their investment in your success, which gives you more to be grateful for, which further strengthens the relationship. This social dimension of gratitude can be particularly valuable for ambitious individuals who often need strong networks and collaborations to achieve their biggest goals. Perhaps most fundamentally, gratitude serves as an antidote to the phenomenon psychologists call hedonic adaptation, our tendency to quickly return to baseline happiness levels after positive changes, no matter how significant. This adaptation explains why the excitement of a new achievement, possession, or status often fades so quickly, leaving us hunting for the next source of satisfaction. By deliberately practicing gratitude, you interrupt this adaptation process. You continue to notice and appreciate positive aspects of your life rather than taking them for granted. This doesn't mean you stop desiring growth or improvement, but rather that you don't become numb to the good already present in your life while pursuing more. This combination of benefits, emotional balance, stress reduction, sustainable motivation, stronger relationships, and resistance to hedonic adaptation makes gratitude an essential practice for anyone pursuing ambitious goals. It ensures that your drive for achievement enhances rather than diminishes your overall quality of life, creating success that actually delivers on its promise of fulfillment. Practicing gratitude. While gratitude can arise spontaneously, research shows that it can also be deliberately cultivated through specific practices. These practices essentially train your attention, gradually shifting your default perspective from what's lacking or problematic to what's present and positive. One of the most well-researched gratitude practices is journaling, regularly writing down things you're grateful for. In their seminal studies, Emmons and McCullough found that participants who wrote down 5 things they were grateful for each week for 10 weeks reported higher levels of optimism, fewer physical complaints, and more time spent exercising compared to those who recorded hassles or neutral events. The practice doesn't need to be elaborate. Simply noting 3 things you appreciated about your day before bed or writing down 5 things you're grateful for each week can produce meaningful benefits. The key is consistency and specificity, regularly directing your attention to concrete positive aspects of your life rather than vague generalities. For maximum benefit, try to go beyond simply listing items to exploring why you're grateful for them and how they affect you. For instance, rather than just writing "my colleague," you might note, "I'm grateful for how Alex stepped in to help with the presentation when I was overwhelmed. It made me feel supported and reminded me that I'm not alone in this project." This deeper reflection amplifies the emotional impact of the practice and helps you recognize patterns in what brings you genuine appreciation and joy, valuable information for making future decisions aligned with what truly matters to you. Another effective approach involves taking a few minutes for gratitude meditation or reflection. This might be part of a morning routine where you begin the day by mentally noting what you're grateful for, or an evening practice where you review positive aspects of your day before sleep. The format matters less than the deliberate attention to appreciation. You might silently list things you're thankful for, visualize people or experiences you appreciate, or simply focus on the feeling of gratitude itself. For those with spiritual inclinations, prayer often naturally incorporates elements of gratitude and can serve a similar function. These reflective practices help counteract the brain's negativity bias, our tendency to notice and dwell on problems or threats more readily than positive aspects of our experience. By intentionally directing attention to what's good, you begin to recalibrate this bias, gradually training your mind to notice positive elements more automatically. Visual cues can reinforce this attentional shift by creating environmental reminders to practice gratitude. This might involve placing meaningful objects where you'll regularly see them, photos of loved ones on your desk, a memento from a significant achievement, or a symbol that represents something you value deeply. When you encounter these cues during your day, pause briefly to feel appreciation for what they represent. This practice integrates gratitude into your environment, creating multiple moments of positive emotion throughout your routine rather than relegating gratitude to a single dedicated session. Perhaps the most accessible gratitude practice involves finding something to appreciate in the present moment, especially during challenging situations. Stuck in traffic? You might appreciate the time to listen to a podcast you enjoy, the functioning vehicle that transports you, or even the opportunity to practice patience. This in-the-moment gratitude doesn't deny difficulties or frustrations, but rather expands your perspective to include positive elements alongside them. It's particularly valuable during stressful periods when the mind naturally fixates on problems. By deliberately noting what's still going well, you prevent negative experiences from dominating your perception of reality. These various practices, journaling, meditation, visual cues, and in-the-moment appreciation, offer different approaches to cultivating gratitude. Experiment with them to discover which resonate most strongly with your preferences and lifestyle. The most effective practice is ultimately the one you'll maintain consistently, gradually rewiring your attentional patterns toward greater appreciation. As with any skill, gratitude develops through regular practice rather than occasional intense efforts. Small daily habits generally prove more transformative than sporadic, elaborate exercises. The goal is not perfect gratitude, but rather a gradual shift in your default perspective, noticing and appreciating the good in your life more readily and consistently over time. Expressing gratitude to others. While internal gratitude practices offer significant benefits, expressing appreciation to others creates additional positive effects, both for recipients and for yourself. This social dimension of gratitude strengthens relationships, enhances well-being, and creates supportive environments for ambitious pursuits. Research has found that expressing gratitude to others increases happiness and life satisfaction while reducing symptoms of depression. In one study, participants who wrote and delivered a letter of gratitude to someone who had positively influenced them showed substantial increases in happiness that persisted for weeks afterward. This boost occurs partly because expressing appreciation creates positive social interactions that satisfy our need for connection. It also reinforces your own awareness of the good in your life. When you articulate what you're grateful for to others, you simultaneously remind yourself of these positive elements. One simple yet powerful practice involves writing thank you notes or messages to people who have helped, supported, or positively influenced you. These expressions need not be lengthy or formal. Even a brief, specific acknowledgement of how someone's actions affected you positively can have meaningful impact. The key is specificity and sincerity. Rather than generic thanks, identify precisely what the person did and how it benefited or touched you. This specificity makes your appreciation more meaningful to the recipient and more emotionally resonant for you as the expressor. Consider making this a regular practice, perhaps writing one gratitude message each week to someone different in your life. Over time, this creates a habit of noticing and acknowledging others' contributions while strengthening your network of supportive relationships. In group contexts like teams, families, or organizations, instituting regular appreciation practices can transform the emotional climate. This might involve starting meetings with a round of appreciations, where each person acknowledges something they're grateful for about another team member's recent work or support. These shared expressions create multiple benefits. They make individuals feel valued, highlight positive behaviors that others might emulate, and establish norms of recognition and support. Over time, these practices can shift a group's culture toward greater collaboration, trust, and mutual respect, all valuable assets for ambitious collective endeavors. Celebrating milestones provides another opportunity for expressing gratitude to those who contributed to your success. When you achieve a significant goal, take time to acknowledge the people who helped make it possible, whether through direct assistance, emotional support, mentorship, or other contributions. This acknowledgement might take various forms: a group celebration where you publicly thank key contributors, personal notes to individuals expressing specific appreciation, or simply a moment in a team meeting to recognize collective effort. The format matters less than the genuine recognition that success rarely happens in isolation. This practice serves multiple purposes. It strengthens relationships by making others feel valued for their contributions. It keeps you humble by reminding you of the support you've received rather than attributing success solely to your own efforts. And it creates goodwill that may translate into continued support for future endeavors. Expressing gratitude to others also offers a powerful antidote to comparison and envy, emotions that often plague ambitious individuals. When you focus on appreciating others' qualities and contributions rather than viewing them as competition, you transform potential jealousy into admiration and potential rivalry into alliance. This shift doesn't mean abandoning healthy competition or standards of excellence. Rather, it means recognizing that others' success doesn't diminish your own potential, and that appreciating others' strengths can inspire rather than threaten you. This perspective creates more collaborative and less stressful approaches to achievement. Over time, regular expressions of gratitude create a virtuous cycle in your relationships and environments. Your appreciation makes others feel valued, which increases their investment in your success and well-being, which gives you more to be grateful for, which prompts more expressions of appreciation. This cycle generates social capital that supports your ambitious pursuits while enhancing everyone's experience. Gratitude as a way of life. Beyond specific practices, gratitude can become an orientation to life, a lens through which you habitually view your experiences. This perspective doesn't develop overnight, but emerges gradually through consistent practice, eventually becoming a natural part of how you engage with the world. One hallmark of this gratitude orientation is the ability to find appreciation even during challenging times. This doesn't mean denying difficulties or pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Rather, it involves holding a both-and perspective, acknowledging problems while also recognizing what remains positive or valuable. During setbacks or failures, this might mean appreciating what you learned from the experience. the people who supported you through it, or the fact that the failure itself demonstrates your courage in attempting something challenging. During periods of uncertainty, it might involve gratitude for your resilience, for options that remain available, or for previous experiences that prepared you for this challenge. This perspective doesn't eliminate pain or disappointment, but prevents these emotions from dominating your experience. By maintaining awareness of what's still good alongside what's difficult, you create emotional balance that supports effective response rather than overwhelm or despair. Research supports this approach. Studies have found that people who can maintain gratitude during adversity show greater resilience, recover more quickly from setbacks, and experience less severe negative emotional reactions to difficulties. One study even found that gratitude was associated with lower post-traumatic stress symptoms among trauma survivors, highlighting its protective psychological effects. Another characteristic of gratitude as a life orientation is decreased susceptibility to comparison and entitlement, tendencies that can significantly undermine happiness regardless of achievement level. When you regularly appreciate what you have, you're less likely to focus on what others have that you lack or to take your advantages for granted. This shift is particularly valuable in today's social media environment, where curated displays of others' successes and possessions can trigger feelings of inadequacy or envy. A gratitude orientation doesn't make you immune to these comparisons, but provides a counterbalance, reminding you of the unique blessings in your own life rather than fixating on what seems missing. Similarly, gratitude counteracts entitlement, the expectation that good things should come to you without effort or appreciation. By regularly acknowledging the value in what you have and the contributions others make to your well-being, you maintain awareness that much of what you enjoy isn't guaranteed or owed to you, but rather represents good fortune or others' generosity. This awareness doesn't diminish your sense of agency or accomplishment, but rather places it in a broader context that includes factors beyond your control. This balanced perspective keeps you both humble and appreciative, qualities that paradoxically tend to attract more opportunities and support rather than limiting your advancement. Perhaps most importantly, gratitude as a life orientation ensures that success actually delivers the fulfillment it promises. Many high achievers discover too late that reaching their goals doesn't bring the lasting satisfaction they expected, a phenomenon psychologists call the arrival fallacy. They achieve what they thought would make them happy, only to find the feeling fleeting and another goal quickly taking its place. By practicing gratitude throughout your journey, you develop the capacity to truly savor achievements when they arrive, rather than immediately shifting focus to the next target. You can celebrate milestones, acknowledge progress, and experience genuine satisfaction before moving forward, creating a rhythm of appreciation and aspiration rather than endless striving. This doesn't mean becoming complacent or losing your drive for further growth. Rather, it means creating space to fully experience the fruits of your efforts before launching into the next challenge. This rhythm of achievement and appreciation creates a more sustainable and fulfilling relationship with ambition over the long term. Maintaining gratitude as a lifelong practice requires ongoing intention, especially for naturally ambitious individuals. The drive to achieve can easily overshadow appreciation if not consciously balanced. Regular reflection on your gratitude practices, perhaps during quarterly or annual reviews of your goals and progress, helps ensure this balance remains intact. As your circumstances and achievements evolve, your gratitude practice may need adjustment as well. What you're most grateful for at the beginning of your journey may differ from what you appreciate most deeply after significant success. Allowing your gratitude to evolve alongside your experiences keeps it authentic and meaningful rather than routine or formulaic. The ultimate goal isn't perfect gratitude, but rather a life where appreciation and ambition complement each other, where you can pursue extraordinary achievement while simultaneously valuing what you already have. This integration creates not just external success, but a rich inner experience of the journey itself. cultivating lasting gratitude. Let's explore specific practices that can help you develop gratitude as an ongoing part of your ambitious life. These exercises provide concrete starting points for cultivating appreciation, which you can adapt and evolve to suit your preferences and circumstances. One of the most well-researched approaches is keeping a gratitude journal. Commit to writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day for at least 2 weeks. These can range from significant blessings, my partner's unwavering support during a difficult project, to simple pleasures, the perfect cup of coffee this morning, to personal qualities, my persistence in solving that technical problem. The key is specificity, noting particular experiences, people, or qualities rather than generic categories. This specificity helps generate genuine emotional response rather than rote listing. Setting a consistent time for this practice, perhaps before bed or first thing in the morning, increases the likelihood that it will become habitual. After your initial 2-week commitment, review all your entries together. This review often reveals patterns in what consistently brings you joy or satisfaction, valuable information for future decisions about how to allocate your time and energy. It also provides a striking visual reminder of how many positive elements exist in your life, even during challenging periods. Many people find that this brief daily practice noticeably shifts their attention patterns, making them more likely to notice positive aspects of their experience throughout the day, not just during journaling time. This attentional shift represents the beginning of gratitude as a perspective rather than just an isolated practice. Another powerful exercise involves writing a gratitude letter to someone who has positively influenced your life but whom you've never properly thanked. Choose someone who has made a significant difference, perhaps a mentor, teacher, colleague, friend, or family member, and write a detailed letter expressing what they did and how it affected you. Be specific about their actions and the impact these had on your life, development, or well-being. The letter need not be long, but it should convey genuine appreciation rather than generic thanks. Once written, you can decide whether to deliver it, either in person, by mail, or electronically. While delivery often creates meaningful connection for both parties, even writing the letter without delivering it can significantly boost your own happiness and appreciation. The act of articulating your gratitude concretely reminds you of the support you've received and the positive influences in your life, countering any tendency to see your achievements as solely self-created. For those pursuing ambitious goals, integrating gratitude directly into your planning process can be particularly valuable. The next time you set significant goals or review your progress, take a few minutes afterward to list what you're grateful for related to those ambitions. This might include resources that support your efforts, skills, knowledge, tools, finances, people who help or encourage you, opportunities you've received, or progress you've already made. This practice creates a balanced perspective that acknowledges both what you're working toward and what you already have, reducing anxiety about goals while maintaining motivation to achieve them. Consider making this a regular part of your goal-setting routine, pairing ambition with appreciation each time you plan. This pairing helps establish a mental connection between these complementary mindsets, making it more natural to hold both simultaneously rather than oscillating between pure striving and occasional gratitude. Another approach involves taking regular gratitude walks, brief outings specifically intended for noticing things to appreciate. During these walks, deliberately look for elements of your environment to feel grateful for: natural beauty, community infrastructure, your physical capabilities, or anything else that contributes positively to your experience. This practice combines the benefits of physical activity, mindfulness, and gratitude, all of which support both well-being and achievement. It also trains your attention to notice positive aspects of your surroundings that you might otherwise overlook in the rush of daily activities. If your mind drifts to worries or plans during these walks, gently redirect it to finding something new to appreciate. This redirection builds the mental muscle of choosing where to focus your attention, a skill that serves you well beyond gratitude practice itself, enhancing your ability to concentrate on priorities despite distractions. For those with families, teams, or households, creating a shared gratitude practice can amplify its benefits while strengthening relationships. A gratitude jar offers one simple approach. Place a container in a common area along with small slips of paper and invite everyone to write down things they're grateful for and add them to the jar whenever they feel moved to do so. Periodically, perhaps monthly or during holidays, gather to read these notes aloud together. This shared review creates moments of connection and positive emotion while reinforcing the habit of noticing what's going well. It also allows everyone to benefit from others' perspectives, potentially highlighting positive aspects of shared experience that individuals might have overlooked. This collective approach to gratitude creates a culture of appreciation that can transform group dynamics, whether in families, teams, or organizations. When gratitude becomes a shared value and practice, it tends to reduce conflict, increase cooperation, and enhance everyone's experience, creating environments that support rather than hinder ambitious pursuits. These various practices, journaling, letter writing, gratitude in planning, mindful walks, and shared rituals, offer different pathways to cultivating gratitude. Experiment with them to discover which resonate most strongly with your preferences and circumstances, then adapt them to create sustainable habits that work for your unique situation. Remember that the goal isn't perfect implementation of specific techniques, but rather the gradual development of gratitude as a perspective, a lens through which you habitually view your experiences. The practices serve as training wheels that eventually lead to more automatic appreciation, just as deliberate practice in any skill eventually leads to fluency. The gratitude-ambition synergy. As we conclude this exploration of gratitude, let's return to its relationship with ambition, the theme that has guided our entire journey through this book. Far from being opposing forces, gratitude and ambition can form a powerful synergy that enhances both achievement and fulfillment. Ambition without gratitude often leads to a peculiar form of poverty, the experience of never having enough, regardless of what you achieve. Each accomplishment quickly loses its luster as attention shifts to the next goal, creating a perpetual sense of striving without arriving. This pattern can drive impressive external success while simultaneously creating internal dissatisfaction, the classic image of someone who has it all, yet feels empty. Gratitude without ambition, on the other hand, risks complacency, appreciating what is without striving for what could be. While this state may bring contentment, it fails to honor the human capacity for growth, creation, and positive impact. It may provide peace, but misses the aliveness and meaning that come from pursuing worthy challenges. When integrated, however, these qualities create something remarkable: the ability to simultaneously appreciate your current reality while actively working to enhance it. This integration allows you to pursue extraordinary achievement without tying your worth or happiness to outcomes alone. It enables you to find joy in the journey while maintaining clear direction toward meaningful destinations. This balanced approach creates several powerful advantages. First, it generates sustainable motivation. Rather than driving yourself forward through dissatisfaction or fear, you move from a foundation of appreciation and sufficiency. This positive emotional state provides more durable energy than negative emotions like anxiety or inadequacy, which tend to deplete over time or lead to burnout. Second, it improves decision-making about which opportunities to pursue. When you're clear about what you truly value, revealed through what generates genuine gratitude, and what you want to create, your ambitions, you can more easily distinguish between options that align with your authentic path and those that merely seem impressive or expected. Third, it enhances resilience during inevitable setbacks. Gratitude provides perspective that prevents failures or delays from seeming catastrophic, while ambition provides purpose that makes perseverance meaningful. Together, they create the psychological resources needed to navigate challenges without becoming derailed or discouraged. Fourth, it transforms your relationship with success itself. Instead of chasing achievement as the solution to an internal sense of lack, you pursue it as an expression of your values and capabilities. This shift allows you to truly enjoy accomplishments when they arrive, rather than immediately finding them insufficient, creating genuine fulfillment rather than perpetual hunger. Perhaps most importantly, this integration creates a life that feels meaningful and satisfying, regardless of where you stand relative to your ultimate goals. Each day contains both appreciation for what is and movement toward what could be, a dynamic balance that honors both the present moment and future possibilities. This balance doesn't develop automatically, especially in a culture that often celebrates pure ambition while treating gratitude as a secondary virtue. It requires deliberate cultivation and regular recalibration as circumstances change. The practices we've explored throughout this chapter provide starting points for this cultivation, but the ultimate integration happens through consistent attention and intention over time. As you continue your ambitious journey, regularly check the balance between striving and appreciating. When you notice yourself becoming fixated on what's lacking or what's next at the expense of recognizing what's good now, intentionally shift some attention to gratitude. When you find yourself so content with current circumstances that growth or contribution opportunities pass unexplored, reconnect with your ambitions and the impact you hope to create. This ongoing calibration, this dance between appreciation and aspiration, creates a life that is both deeply satisfying and remarkably effective. It allows you to aim big without the emotional roller coaster of perpetual striving, to achieve meaningful goals without sacrificing present joy, and to create success that actually delivers the fulfillment it promises. In the end, this may be the most important insight of our entire exploration, that the highest form of achievement isn't measured by external metrics alone, but by the quality of experience it creates, both for yourself and for those your life touches. When ambition and gratitude work together, they create not just impressive accomplishments, but a life truly worth living, one characterized by purpose, joy, meaning, and connection. As you close this book and continue your journey, remember that aiming big isn't just about what you achieve, but about who you become in the process. By cultivating ambition balanced with gratitude, you develop not just external success, but internal richness, the capacity to both create extraordinary value and genuinely appreciate it. This integration represents the ultimate success, not just doing more or having more, but being more present, more purposeful, more alive to both the gifts you've received and the contributions you can make. It's a journey without end, a continuous unfolding of appreciation and creation, receiving and giving, being and becoming. And perhaps that's the final secret, that the most ambitious aim of all isn't any specific achievement, but rather this integrated way of living, this art of pursuing extraordinary possibilities while simultaneously recognizing the extraordinary gift of what already is. Yet even with this powerful foundation of ambition and gratitude, many find themselves hitting an invisible ceiling in their journey. What separates those who continue to expand their achievements from those who plateau? The answer lies in how you've trained your mind to perceive what's possible for you. The confidence to pursue truly extraordinary goals doesn't come naturally to most of us. It must be deliberately cultivated through specific mental practices. To discover the neuroscience-backed methods that can permanently elevate your self-belief and thinking capacity, continue your transformation with the audiobook Think Big: How to Train Your Mind for Limitless Confidence. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.